What's up, Banter fam? Welcome back to the show. I'm your host, Miles, and I'm coming at you guys every single Sunday to do a live research session. If you didn't join last week, it was a lot of fun. We streamed for over 4 hours. We discussed the charts, we discussed narratives I'm looking at, and I plan to keep going with this series and continue it today and talk even more about the narratives I'm looking at, what rotations I'm identifying. We're going to do some searching throughout the show. So like digging into metrics, looking at new altcoins, trying to find the next gem. Maybe we find a 100x gem live on the show. And I'm also throughout the show going to be answering your questions, reviewing your altcoins live, and just hanging out because basically what happened is a couple of weeks ago, I was just researching. So it's just a Sunday. And every Sunday night, I like to do crypto research, right? By myself in my room. That's typically when I do my research for the week. And mid-research, I was like, why did I open up this process to the community? Why don't I just do what I do normally on a Sunday? But instead of just doing it by myself and researching for the week by myself, why don't I do it live in front of you guys? Because then you can get an insight into how I operate, how I research coins, how I go about things. And then also we might actually stumble across something pretty exciting together. And it also is good because it keeps me sticking to a routine every single Sunday. And it's also good for you guys because it gets you in the routine every Sunday of preparing for the week as well. So yeah, this is going to be a fun time. Make sure to smash the like button to let the YouTube algorithm know that we're live. If you're not subscribed and you are watching one of my shows for the first time, then remember I do live stream every single day. Sometimes I post edits and stuff, but generally every single day I have a piece of content that goes live. So make sure you click the subscribe button so you get daily content, and also hit that notification bell so you're up to date with all the latest content. I mean, let's get straight into things. Let's have a look at what is happening in the markets. First, I want to start with charts. Then I'm going to go into the upcoming week, have a bit of a discussion around some of the key dates that we have to keep our eye on for the week. And then, of course, we'll get into all that fun altcoin stuff. Thank you, Chaos, for joining the show. Thank you, Ajay, for joining the show. We've got Steph in the house. We have Vikas. We have Crypto Genie, Hoping Hope. I'm seeing a lot of new faces here as well as some regulars. Luke Sniper, you're here every single day, basically. So thank you guys. I do notice you guys, the loyal ones that are here every single day. It's good to hang out with you. I hope you've enjoyed the content over the last week because I think we've touched on some really interesting topics. But what an interesting week last week was, and it's because we were exhibiting fairly bullish price action across the market in general until that SEC news came out. And if you're not up to speed with what happened with the SEC news, essentially Brian Armstrong, CEO and founder of Coinbase, came out and he said he has an inkling that they're going to start scrutinizing staking or essentially banning staking in the US for centralized parties. And then we did see Kraken, one of the biggest crypto exchanges, officially get sanctioned. And that sanction meant that they could no longer offer staking as a service to their customers. And off the back of that, there was a lot of speculation that there'll be other centralized parties which are scrutinized in terms of staking. And of course, this has ramifications because it potentially leads to Ethereum qualifying as a security and all that sort of stuff. And of course, we don't like to see regulatory bodies tampering with things in this way. Although regulation's needed, I think there's good regulation and there's bad regulation. And I didn't necessarily understand, given the lack of context around what does and what doesn't constitute a security, why they went after Kraken. And it was interesting because we did get a negative market response after that news came out. And this is often what happens when we get regulatory FUD. The market tends to respond quite significantly, either to the upside if it's positive or to the downside. And in recent times, basically all regulatory news, at least at first, is being treated as a negative by the market. And that's why we got this swing to the downside, even though we were quite bullish prior to that. And we did break through some key levels. But I think the really important thing right now, at least on the smaller time frame, so 1 hour, 4 hour, is that Bitcoin actually held at 21,400. And I said to you guys, this was the level that I think was going to be strong support, and I'd be taking along at that level as well. I think that was 2 days ago on my live stream. And since then, basically exactly that's played out. That level, that 21.5 level held quite strongly. Then we got the pivot off the lows, and then a nice push up to the upside. And now we are approaching 22K again. So it was good to get a bounce in the market. The only issue I see is the lack of volume on a weekend. So usually when we get swings in momentum on a weekend, it's less verifiable or at least less trustworthy than if it happens on a Monday after US Open. So I am just like treating the market with a little bit of caution right now, solely because it is a weekend. The volume isn't that strong. However, it was good to see that we did bounce off that key level. Remco said, great video with Gareth. Thank you very much. Hope you guys enjoyed that video. In case you didn't watch that video, it is on the Crypto Banter channel from a couple days ago when Gareth Soloway came on the show and gave his thesis about what he thinks is going to happen in 2023. He went through his market plan. He went through why he expects, when he expects Bitcoin to bottom. He went through the scenarios that you can trade in terms of capturing upside to Bitcoin in an extended pump or shorting Bitcoin to new lows. So he went through all that. It was super, super interesting. It was a bearish refresh. I think in the Twitter echo chamber, we do get a lot of bullishness whenever price pumps, but Gareth is always a nice, like, little bearish refresher for us. And I think I was a bit depressed after that interview, actually, because I was like, damn, it's not up only. We're going back down. But I mean, it's just good to get multiple perspectives, and you should never listen to one trader and treat their word as gospel or the be all and end all. But it is important in this market to get multiple perspectives, and I really do value Gareth's perspective, and I thought it was a really, really good show. Although, there's theories that he has that I would tend to agree with. For example, I think equities right now, and this is just personal opinion, of course. What would I know at the end of the day? We're just researchers, and we all have our own opinions. But it's of my personal opinion that there is further downside for equities at some point during this year. And if I had to put a rough timeline on that, it's probably like July to September, probably second half of the year. Just based on the fact that it's kind of unprecedented, given the amount of layoffs we've had, given the current projected pace of rate hikes that we also have, that equities have held up so strongly. And I guess that's a positive sign in some ways. If you take the positive angle, it's okay. Equities have held up despite a lot of bearish sentiment. But the reality is, there is a chance that is what some would call an echo bubble, or a short-term, bear market rally that could result in lower prices at some point later in the year when some of this bad data starts to get priced in. And of course, we can speculate however we like on the macro and where the market's headed. But I think that was a super interesting thing that came out of the Gareth interview, and that was the discussion around equities maybe looking at forming a bottom in the second half of the year. How Bitcoin responds to that, if that ends up being the case, is another story. We have actually seen times where Bitcoin is front run equities. So what's happened is Bitcoin has dipped before, prior to equities, and then when equities bottom, Bitcoin's actually bouncing because people tend to protect themselves. Although it hasn't been an effective inflation hedge, it is kind of viewed as digital gold, and that's I see Bitcoin more and more being adopted as that use case as time goes on, and that can result in positive price action despite equities generally selling off. But in general, like, if we zoom out and look at the higher time frames, Bitcoin will tend to track the stock market. So there's plenty of opportunities over these next couple months, I think, to trade Bitcoin, to trade altcoins. There's plenty of narratives that we'll get into in today's show that I think can perform very strongly, irrespective of the market. Because every time we get a bounce, we do see these altcoins fly. And even if Bitcoin can reclaim like 24, 25K, we could potentially see like a very, very, very strong alt season or altcoin trend, which sees, many alts hitting at least highs, yearly highs. So there is still potential to make money, even in the short term. And even if the lows aren't in for Bitcoin, like Gareth thinks, and even if Bitcoin goes to 12K, that doesn't mean there isn't opportunities to make money. Obviously on the short side and the upside, but in the meantime, we're going to get many bounces. Things never go in a straight line. So as long as you can kind of stay pragmatic and you have your levels for invalidation, and also, your levels to trade on confirmation, then I think you're going to come out pretty ahead on the other side. But you've got to be really strict with your risk management and be very diligent with how you read the market, and don't get too crazy FOMOing into the market. And one way that I'm practicing that is not buying spot. So what I'm doing at the moment, and of course this is just my personal strategy, and everyone else's strategy varies, is I'm not buying anything with longer than a 6-month hold time horizon at the moment. So for me, the time to DCA into long-term positions. Now, what I mean by long-term is 2 to 3, maybe you could even say 3 to 5 years. I'm not actually DCAing into positions with that time horizon right now, with the exception of Bitcoin and Ethereum, and some select altcoins, like mainly top 20 altcoins. Probably put Matic or BNB or some of those into that category as well. And then I also put some smaller caps into that category as well. But the smaller caps that I put into that category are the ones that I think are just severely mispriced, and I think long-term, I just know I can't really time the bottom on, because they can go against the trend. So there are some small caps in the market. Let's say like it's a new DEX that's launching. You think it's a very strong project that might not necessarily follow the market. sometimes it's worth DCAing into something like that with a 3 to 5 year time horizon. But in general, I'm not treating my portfolio the same at the moment. Just for the pure fact of, I think at some point during the year, we get better opportunities to DCA into a lot of these L1s. I think we get better opportunities to DCA into some of these altcoins if equities do sell off. And that will be the time that I look to stack for my long-term bags. Now, in the short term, I am narrative trading very heavily. So I'm in the ZK narrative. I was in the AI narrative last week. And I still am looking at opportunities in the AI space, and we'll get into all these narratives at some point during the show. I was heavily in like L2 plays. We had some amazing trades on things like Gains Network, on Arbitrum, and there are some massive opportunities in those DeFi ecosystems. So just because I'm not long-term accumulating doesn't mean I'm not in the market. I certainly am. I certainly trade basically every day. I certainly look at upcoming narratives, and that's kind of where my strength lies. I think identifying altcoins, identifying trades, doing kind of relative strength trades. So, shorting one asset, longing another sector that I think will outperform that other sector, and kind of playing the market like that instead of trying to just DCA and hodl for 5 years. But that's just my personal strategy, and everyone else's personal strategy is very, very, very different. I think I've got the benefit here of being able to spend so much time in this market. So research every single day, I've got my ear very closely to the ground. I interview all these amazing guys on my shows every week, and I get multiple perspectives that allows me to maybe be a bit more hands-on with how I trade than the average person will have time to. So of course, it also depends on the amount of time you have as well. Just going to read through some comments here. Miles the Perma Bull Kid. That's not true at all, because I made a prediction at the start of 2023. I don't know if you saw that video, but I also did a tweet thread on it where I had some predictions. Some were bullish and some were bearish. Some of the predictions, for example, was Coinbase to make a big recovery, which they have. They're up 80%. I said Bitcoin would get a massive bear market bounce, approaching 30K. It didn't quite approach 30K yet, but that's something I see happening this year. But one of my other predictions was the lows weren't in, or at least we would come back down and test the lows again. And I actually am sticking to that prediction, which I think Rand strongly disagreed with me. We had a call the other day and he laughed at me, but that's still a prediction that I think can play out, that we still see lows again. So I'm definitely not fading the potential there. And I wouldn't say that's perma bull. That's actually quite bearish. And I've been very consistent with that thesis since Q3 last year. That was always my time horizon. Someone said, is UMAMI dead? I think this is a really interesting one to touch on, because there was a lot of weird stuff going on with UMAMI. Essentially what happened, just to kind of give you the TLDR, is their founder left. Then they had some of their other team members leave off the back of some legal dispute. Now I'm not fully don't fully have my head around the scenario. So if I make a mistake, pardon me, I'm just going off what I read. And then basically what happened is they closed a lot of their offerings, and then they tried to relaunch with a new DAO structure, but it generally fudded the price quite a lot. And I wasn't in UMAMI at the time, although it has been a coin that I'm interested in, because the team prior to this whole charade seem to be doing quite strongly and seem to be shipping really interesting code. So it's probably a coin I'd avoid for now. It's not really a dip I'm buying, just because I don't think the risk reward's there, but I'm keeping my eye on it. Now, I'm about to get a guest on the show that joined us last week to talk about some DeFi trends, and we'll start looking into some small caps and all that fun stuff. Just before we get into that, obviously I'm going to be here for a couple hours, so there'll be a lot to talk about in today's show. I just want to remind you that we do have the Rolex giveaway currently live for another 2 weeks. So you can win a Rolex. This one is on BitGet, which is the Black Submariner, valued at around, I think, 12 to 15,000 US dollars on the secondhand market. And then you've also obviously got the Blue Sub on Bybit, which is roughly a $25,000 watch on the secondary market that we're giving away to people that sign up using our links and open a trade. Now, every single trade on Bybit or BitGet equals 1 entry. So if you do 100 trades, then you have 100 entries, which means 100 times more entries than someone that trades once. So there's links in the description to BitGet and Bybit. If you click on the link, open a new account, and of course, you also have to join the Discord as well. The link's in the description to that, and make a trade. Then you get 1 entry. So, and then obviously the more you trade, the more chance you have of winning. So we can also see as well, this is the entry for BitGet, And there's also an 8,000 deposit bonus there. And there's a $30,000 deposit bonus on Bybit. So links in the description to get involved with that. You've got 2 more weeks. So if you haven't been trading, maybe open a few trades and that should boost your chances of winning a Rolex. All right, let's get on Mr. DeFi to join the show and discuss some DeFi stuff because your name's Mr. DeFi. Welcome to the show, bro.
Hey, what's up, Miles? Nice to be here again. Thank you very much for the invite. What's up, Banter family? Hope everyone is doing well.
I don't know if the people remember you from last show, but you did come on and my internet cut out, so you covered me for an hour. So thank you for doing that.
It's okay. I had to stay here for I think that was about an hour. So yeah, it was amazing. Look, I'm not gonna stay today so long. I have 15 minutes maximum, and I wanted to cover a couple projects, especially in the Arbitrum ecosystem, that have been lately popping. Hey, hello guys. Hello to everyone. I see a lot of people saying over there, hello, Mr. DeFi. Thank you very much. So yeah, Miles, do you want to start maybe checking some of the projects?
Yeah, the first thing I want to say to Josh is just to make sure that Mr. DeFi's links are in the description. I think from last week's show, we've got his YouTube, so make sure that's in there. I might be in there, but I don't know if I forgot. But everyone should definitely go and subscribe to his channel. That'll be in the description. I was wondering if there's anything in particular you wanted to talk today, any alpha you wanted to go through, or do you want to just talk about the market more generally?
Yeah, I mean, I got some nice projects out there that are actually very, very interesting. They're popping in the Arbitrum ecosystem. We're seeing so much movement in the DeFi ecosystem, especially popping in Arbitrum. There was a huge flow of stable coins lately to their Arbitrum ecosystem, which is always an indicator that DeFi is going to start popping. So I will show some of the projects where I'm currently investing in, just to show it to the people out there. Again, none of this is financial advice, guys. We said it in the last show, right, Miles? A lot of these projects are very risky. They're small projects. I guess this show a little bit is to show those small gems that have a lot of potential, but they have potential and they have risk as well. So I want to show a couple of them out there. Should I?
Let's do it. Yeah, share your screen. We can have a look.
Perfect.
Share your screen and we'll add it. Yeah, Arbitrum's been a crazy, we've just seen crazy growth in the L2s in general. ZK also is another narrative that's hot. That's something we'll definitely discuss later in today's show, what my plan is with the ZK narrative, because I see a lot of the ZK projects are popping. We have LRC
Absolutely.
popping, Rose popping, Mina, Dust. So that's something I'll talk about later and kind of run through my thesis there. But yeah, Arbitrum's another super strong one. So is your screen in the... Did you add your screen? Or there we go.
You got it over here. So the first project that I wanted everyone to check out, it's Lyra. So Lyra is very, very, very interesting, guys. And here, where I am actually moving my money right now, where I'm investing, it's in one of their vaults. It's very interesting because at the end, what Lyra allows you to do is to do trade, right? So it's similar narrative to GMX, where you can do as well some trading, and you have options. You have the option of investing in options. You have the vaults over here, Miles, which are very interesting because at the end, in a similar fashion than when we invest in GMX and GLP token in order to provide liquidity to GMX, you can do the same thing here at Lyra Finance with investment in their vaults. So it's quite interesting because I found this option over here where you're actually providing liquidity with USDC, and you're going to be able to obtain rewards up to 45%. And again, the interesting thing is that we're talking about real yield again. You're being paid with part of the fees that are being generated by the protocol. So Lyra Finance is one of the options that I'm looking at right now. I don't know if you have heard about it before, Miles.
I have heard about it. It's an options exchange. It's an options trading platform. I included this in one of my bigger threads. And yeah, this is one that I like. I think Lyra is the biggest. You've also got Ribbon, of course. Dopex is another one. Do you have a thesis around kind of why you like this project? Where you see the future of options going?
I mean, I think it's very interesting whenever you have these type of products that are very big, right, outside of the crypto ecosystem in traditional finance. And we've seen how perp dexes, are growing so much. And now you have Lyra doing the same with the options. So these are products that the reality is that they are very complex, and therefore adoption is not as fast as with other projects. But I really like the fact that then they add this element around decentralized finance, where
Yeah.
if you're not a trader, right, or you don't understand the concept of options and you're more focused on how to generate passive income in the long term, you also have the possibility of participating with this project. And this is the way I'm doing it. Look, I'm not doing options, but I'm looking for the best passive incomes. And in this case, I found this option with stablecoin to actually provide liquidity to this project. They have already gathered 14 million in this vault, which is, quite interesting. Again, small project, a lot of risk, but they are paying very good rewards, up to 45%. So I think this is my point, Miles. Great to see new innovation coming to Arbitrum in the form of options with Lyra Finance, but also opening new areas of opportunity for people who are doing DeFi to earn these very interesting rewards by providing liquidity, in this case with a stablecoin.
Yeah, so are you providing liquidity to the Ethereum vaults? So you're staking Ethereum in... And do they also have stablecoin vaults too, I think?
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, in this Ethereum vault, you provide liquidity with USDC. So if you click over here, the deposit will be done in USDC. Yeah.
And then, so why is it called an ETH vault? Is that because it's an ETH options vault?
Correct. Yes.
What do they do with your money in the vault when you deposit?
So you're basically providing liquidity, and we can check over here the docs in order to check all the different details about how they leverage the money from the vault. Let me see over here. There we go. Here, market maker vault uses your fund to make option markets on your chosen asset. Right? Lyra vaults quote options via supply-demand driven volatility surface and have data hedging capabilities to try to minimize market exposure. So basically, you're providing the funds to those ones who are opening options. It's very similar to the concept of GMX.
Liquidity for option pools, yeah. Yeah.
That's correct. It's like in GMX, right? You're providing the liquidity to people who are gonna do leverage trading, where here you're providing the liquidity for the options. That's correct.
I'm very interested in looking up how Lyra has progressed on the TVL front. I'm gonna get my screen up. Let's see how they've actually gone. They did have we've seen a tick up this year, 2023, as well as many other projects having bullish momentum. They actually managed to triple their TVL almost in like 2 months. That's fairly impressive. Fees as well, looking solid. Do they have like Lyra staking? Obviously, they have a token. Do they have Lyra staking for the token itself to capture some of the fees? I'm assuming they do.
Yeah, they have the option to stake their token. But again, guys, here what I am trying to do is I'm getting away from holding some of these tokens, because I think there's huge risk. And actually, that's something that I invite people. If you guys decide to invest in any of the tokens of these protocols, please do a big research, right? Because I think there is bigger risk when you invest in these type of tokens. They are very small cap tokens, and therefore you need to understand whether you want to invest in these tokens or not. So yeah.
Okay, so like a lot of your strategy then is taking some of your long-term Ethereum holdings, taking like some of your long-term stablecoin balance, and deploying that into different like DeFi applications to get some yield. Do you know like what percentage of your total, let's say Ethereum and stables, you want to expose to DeFi in general? Do you put it all in? Do you put half in?
The majority of my tokens are actually, my Ethereum tokens are staked in traditional Ethereum staking, right? It's not into DeFi. I'm earning that 7% approximately, and I'm happy with that. Now I have about 10 to 15% of my portfolio that is actually invested into these more risky DeFi options. So that's probably what I would tell everyone, right? Only invest a small amount of your portfolio into these risky options, because all of this is risky, right? All of these DeFi protocols, they have a risk. There is a risk from security. We've seen a lot of projects being hacked. So guys, there is a big risk. And I think that's why this project is about finding those gems, and it's a little bit about the degen place. I see a lot of people talking about Ponzi's. A lot of people talking about Ponzi's over here, but the reality is that not necessarily they're Ponzi's, right? You have a lot of projects at GMX that are generating real yield, and that's a new narrative. It's very different to the type of DeFi that we saw last year. I know a lot of people actually lost money last year. I did lose money last year investing in some projects that didn't have long-term sustainability, right? Because they were paying with their own tokens. That is different to the narrative that we're living right now. And I don't know what's your point of view, Miles, but I would love to understand.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. I am seeing a lot of comments as well. Like some people saying, they're talking about it being a red flag. It's a risk. Like someone said, all in on the Ponzi. Basically, what Mr. DeFi does, and also something that I do with my portfolio is, and this depends on your risk tolerance, is allocate a percentage to earning yield on DeFi. I mean, obviously, the higher the yield, typically the more risk you're assuming. But as long as you like look at what the risks are, there's nothing wrong with allocating like 5-10% of your Ethereum to a DeFi protocol, trying to earn some yield. Maybe like once the APR drops, going into another farm that you might like. At the end of the day, like it's all about earning income. Earning income passively as well. And if like let's say one of the coins that I hold and I stack long term is Ethereum. I said earlier in the show, I don't necessarily stack everything long term. Like some things I have a much shorter time horizon on. Ethereum is something I do stack long term. And I always try and keep at least 20% stable coins. And in a market like this, it's closer to 50% stables. I need places to deploy at least a percentage of that to earn some yield. So I find something like, look, Lyra Finance, it's new to me. You just brought it across my desk. I'll need to do more research on it. But that's just an example of somewhere you could look for some yield. Now, of course, you have the curve convex pools. You have all sorts of opportunities. And if you actually go into DeFi Llama and search and click on the yields tab, and my internet's being a little slow, but yeah, you click on the yields tab and then you search the tokens. Let's say I want to stake Ethereum. I don't want to put it in a like a pool with other coins. So I want single-sided staking. You can search for single-sided staking. So single exposure is how you would get that up. And then you can sort by APYs across the entire DeFi ecosystem and look for new pools. So like you've got Vespa, Premier, and all of these will have different risks. Like some strategies will take your funds and do like some riskier stuff with them, and then some are really safe. Some are, you're literally just providing liquidity for a DEX. Some of them like what you do in Curve and Convex. So
I have a couple examples actually, Miles, based on what you're saying right now, because obviously Lyra, it's a new project. I know there's risk. People maybe don't know about it. They can think it's shady. I mean, I have my own point of view. I've done some research and I like it. And that's why I decided to invest. Look, it's a very, very tiny piece of my portfolio. And that's what I'm doing. I'm managing my risk. But let me share my screen very quickly because DeFi Llama is definitely a great option. Another option that I would like to show to people who invest in DeFi is DeFi Finance, which is a yield aggregator. Yep. I'm going to just bring my screen up. Because again, I think here part of the show is obviously showing projects, but I think it's also very important to show people how they can themselves find these opportunities for DeFi. So let me share my screen.
You just removed your screen. I'm the only one that can add it because I only gave you a invite link.
Let me know if you can see Beefy. You can see it, right, Nice? Yep. Perfect. So again, guys, this is a yield aggregator. Basically, what it allows is, I mean, you have two options. You can deposit your liquidity directly in Balancer, for example, and you're going to be earning the rewards in their native token Balancer. And then you can sell the rewards, or you can hold Balancer token if you think that is going to be a good bet in the long term. But another option is to put your liquidity in DeFi Finance, and they will do the compound interest by themselves, right? So that's why you see here APY. They're going to be selling all the rewards, and then they're going to be reinvesting them into the same pool, right? That's the concept of a yield aggregator. Now, this is, for example, some of the vaults that I am investing in. Some of them are in the Arbitrum ecosystem. Some of them are in Avalanche. And you have here, for example, two options, which I think are amazing yields. One of them is SushiSwap, USDT stablecoin with Ethereum in the Arbitrum ecosystem. I mean, I think SushiSwap, it's quite a... I mean, I'm not going to say that there's no risk because there's always a risk, right, Miles? But it's a protocol that has been out there since the beginning of DeFi,
highly audited.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're earning 42% APY by holding USDT with Ethereum, which to me, it's a very good bet. And what I like also about this DeFi Finance interface is that they have some type of rankings of the safety of the vault that you're investing in, which is, I think, great. You can double click here. You can see the APY, historical APY. You can look at, for example, the monthly APY. You can see here how the APY has been evolving throughout the last month, the composition of the pool. And here's what I say, the safety score of this position. So I think it's a pretty complete platform, DeFi Finance. You can see your dashboard, all of your investments. What do you think, Miles?
You know what's interesting? Well, firstly, I think Beefy's a really, really good platform. I actually like the Beefy token though. I actually think the Beefy token itself is quite solid, and I know your strategy is more looking into the farms, but as a token, they have pretty elegant tokenomics. It's very simple. They don't have any crazy like mechanism. They just have a percentage of the rev that goes back to paying Beefy stakers. Very, very, very simple. They sweep a percentage of the revenue and then use that to pay out stakers. And they also do buybacks and burns as well. So simple tokenomics, but I quite like Beefy as a token. Like I think putting it as a small percentage of your DeFi, like the section of your DeFi portfolio is not a terrible idea. What do you think? Do you know much about the token itself?
To be honest, I have stayed very much away from the tokens of these projects, Miles. I think, first of all, the amount of time that I have to research is usually more focused on where can I find the best yields for blue chips and stable coins? Because in the current market situation, I am trying to stay away from some of these native tokens. And I know I might be losing some opportunities, right, to generate like big gains. But as part of my strategy, if I am able to hold Ethereum, stable coins, maybe Matic, maybe, you know, some of these tokens, blue chip tokens, Bitcoin, and generate passive income with some of these tokens, for me, that's enough. So I haven't really looked into Beefy that much, to be honest, Miles.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting. But more in a general sense, I think it is a decent aggregator. I mean, it's been around for a while. It's been audited many times, fully diluted. Jay just said, so you're not worrying about token dilution. Pretty clean, just clean, simple tokenomics. Like I like it. Obviously it has suffered though, like a lot of DeFi, especially because it was quite heavy in the Fantom ecosystem. Fantom's still a top four chain that comprises its total TVL, but now it's more on the Matic side. It has expanded to Optimism, so we did see like a fair bit of an injection from that L2 wave. And yeah, I just think like it's just a decent place to capture upside because it's an aggregator. It offers people an easy way to get exposure to ecosystems they want to get exposure to, just like straight through one platform, straight through one UI, and yeah, the protocol fees are distributed to stakers. So it's just simple. Like it's nothing crazy. It's not going to set the world on fire, but it's just a clean DeFi app. That's my opinion on Beefy.
I agree. You have a dashboard. You can see all of your investment consolidated into one platform. So I definitely like it very, very much. Yeah.
I just want to touch on this. Some people are saying like, "Oh, don't trust him. He's not doxed." The reason he's not doxed is, by the way, I know Mr. DeFi in real life quite well. We're good friends. We've met each other multiple times at conferences, so I know who he is, and I have a personal relationship with him. He's not just some random. But also, the reason he's not doxed isn't any kind of red flag. It's actually to do with his outside of crypto job. So it's more for protection from that side of things than it is any other motive. Do you have any comment on that though? Because some people are saying,
no, thank you very much.
I
appreciate, and obviously if I would jump into a show and I see someone with a mask, I can also have those thoughts. Look, guys, what I would say is judge the content that I provide, right? If there is things that you like, I'm trying to provide my strategy. I'm talking about the risk of investments. As you can see, everything that I've said so far is about investing into Ethereum, stable coins. Be very careful about where you put your money. So, I mean, I totally understand that there can be people who are a little bit scared in this ecosystem because we've seen so many rug pulls, we've seen so many. So I don't judge the fact that they say that. I'm happy here to share my knowledge. Thank you very much. Yeah, only red eyeglasses. Trying to share my knowledge, try to share learning, try to share what I do, Miles, and just giving positive vibes to the crypto community. That's it.
You've also got your channel link in the description, so if anyone wants to check that out, you can check it out there. And it is in Spanish, but because obviously that's your native language. But I think you might also restart your English channel soon for the English.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do it. I have been focusing on my Spanish channel lately. If any of you guys speak Spanish, please do check it out. I have a lot of DeFi strategies. I try to look at different ecosystems from Arbitrum, Optimism. I also have strategies on Fantom, just trying to check out what are the different opportunities out there. And yeah, most probably, Miles, I'll start my English channel again, providing educational English content on DeFi. Absolutely.
Nice. Well, any more alpha you want to share with the audience? Anything else you're looking at at the moment? Any plays?
Yeah, I mean, just to wrap up, Miles, and I don't want to take a lot of time anymore. Actually, I need to drop in about 5 minutes.
Sure.
Let me show very quickly over here a couple last things that I wanted to show. So definitely Equalizer, guys. For those of you who like Fantom, go check it out. Equalizer, very, very interested. What is going on?
Degen.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But I have some nice investments in the. Let me go share it. So a couple of the centralized exchanges that I'm looking into lately are, there we go. One is Thina Finance. I think I showed it on the last.
Apparently the link to his channel is not working, Josh. That's what someone said in the comments. So maybe double check.
That's weird.
Double check it's working.
Yeah, let me actually connect my MetaMask over here because I want to show the investments, right? I'm not like shilling projects out of nowhere. I'm only showing actually projects where I have invested my money. And again, I am not investing actually in the token of these projects, but I am investing in pools with tokens that I am holding in the long term. So let me just show it over here, share screen. I'm sorry, guys, I need to get a little bit more pro on this about sharing screen.
So you don't need to like remove it every time. You can just keep it.
Okay, no, that's cool. So yeah. I'm investing right now in these tokens. So I have four pools that I'm investing and providing liquidity in Thina. Thina is a decentralized exchange in the Binance ecosystem. They're a fork of Solidity. So I like the concept behind Solidity, Miles. I know you have also followed Solidity, and they are providing very decent yield, guys. So for example, one of the pools where I am investing and I'm putting big bets is in these two pools, FRAX Ethereum with FRAX and FRAX with FX, so FRAX shares, basically. I don't know you, Miles, but I really like the concept around FRAX, and I think they're going to be one of the big players in the next DeFi run. What do you think?
I mean, I've got a big opinion on FRAX, and it's probably something I'll talk about more later. But and I did a video on this yesterday. But I think with a lot of the regulatory concerns about centralized staking, we're going to see some sort of liquidity shift into some of the liquid staking derivatives. FRAX, obviously, being one of the fastest growers in that ecosystem, with its FRAX ETH offering, is a logical ecosystem that could capture upside. So I do like FRAX, and then above and beyond all that, it's just a very solid ecosystem. Good developers, Sam 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫, he's a great founder. They've like continuously shipped great code and adapted, and it's basically just they've just proven themselves because they originally started as an algo stable, and they managed to pivot out of that, over collateralized. They ended up like acquiring a lot of governance on the Curve side. They got themselves into like some of the biggest Curve pools. Were very smart about what they did with their earnings and kind of reinvested a lot into new development, and then launched their liquid staking derivative stuff. So like it's just been super impressive to watch their growth. So I do like it. The only thing that I would be maybe a little bit concerned about with these pools is the impermanent loss. I would say on FRAX FXS, it's probably more of a concern than FRAX ETH, because FRAX ETH likely there's some sort of correlation there, whereas FRAX is a stablecoin, right? So it's a dollar. It's kind of always going to rebalance against the dollar. What do you think? What do you make of the impermanent loss on the pools?
I fully agree with you, Miles, and I think that's part of the DeFi strategy in the long term, right? You need to understand that there's two elements, right? If you invest in FRAX FX, like you said, there is definitely an investment in a stablecoin. So whenever the market goes up, you're actually going to be losing that, let's say, that run on the price of FX, right? Because the pool is going to rebalance, and therefore you're not going to make as many gains as possible. But if you think in the opposite way, right? If the market goes down, then it's going to protect you, right? Because you're not going to be losing so much, because you're going to be basically rebalancing to the stable coin in this case. So for me, this 30% APR that it's being paid, for me, it's enough to accept the fact that I'm not going to make all the gains from a possible bull, let's say, run in the price of FX going up. That's basically my thesis, Mike. And again, sorry, can you repeat?
Someone asked thoughts on Dusk Network. We're going to get into ZK later. As I said, I'll be on here for a few hours, so we'll have time to talk about ZK for sure. Amazing. And I'll go through all the charts on ZK. Look at some of the small caps there. That's obviously really hot at the moment, and I think there's some coins that can continue to run. So we'll touch on that maybe in like 15 minutes. But yeah, continue. Sorry, perfect. I was just replying.
No, that's good. That's good. Again, I think the point here is, look, if you're holding tokens like FRAX, FRAX share, if you're holding tokens like BNB, if you're holding tokens like Ethereum, I think it's about looking at options to generate a passive income, and then take into consideration that definitely there is impermanent loss risk, but you need to understand, hey, is 35% APR or 40% APR enough for me in order to accept the fact that if there is a fast bull run, I'm gonna maybe lose part of those gains? Well, in my case, it is, right? Because the market is volatile. I don't know if it's going to go up, it's going to go down, but I'm earning my 30% APR, which is great. And I'm holding those tokens that in the long term, I'm betting on. So that's kind of my thesis when I invest in DeFi. And it's a constant research of where to find the best APRs, look at the different blockchains, move your money around. That's it.
Nice. I like the strategy. I like it. It's refreshing because I think like a lot of people have forgotten about DeFi, or maybe they're a bit scarred because of some of the pools maybe they were in last year or the year before. But what you have to remember is if you're in the sustainable protocols that are either generating based on revenue, in other words, real yield, or generating based on a service you're providing, for example, liquidity on an underlying asset that's fairly strong, then the only real risk is like protocol exploitation or smart contract risk. And of course, you've got to factor that in to your like EV calculation, expected value calc. But at the end of the day, like if there's an opportunity there, it's not really a question of should I or should I not. It's more a question of how much percentage-wise should I allocate here. Because if you've got like 100% of your Ethereum sitting in an exchange or sitting locked away, maybe that's too risk off. Maybe it's worth just putting 10, 20% of that to work and at least earning some passive income, because we know kind of how quickly things compound in a bear market. For example, like you might not think 20% a year is a lot on an asset, but 20% a year is huge, because if you have $10,000 worth of Ethereum, 20% is an extra $2,000 a year, and then $2,000 reinvested into ETH, which could 10x next bull run. That's $20,000. So actually, staking your Ethereum, there's potentially a $20,000 discrepancy between your decision to put some to work and to not put some to work. So you've got to think less short term and think about like compounding, and that's just like a general tip in crypto. Because yeah, you have to kind of take a long-term approach to these things.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's about the power of compound interest. I think if you get into an Excel and you understand the power of 25% APR sustained through 3, 4, 5 years, I see that's where you start understanding the power of compound interest and how much profit you can make. So I would invite everyone to start, checking out the power of compound interest. I saw someone, just to wrap up, Artura saying, hey, Equalizer, a good DeFi platform. There is just one more play that I wanted to show with Beefy Finance, Miles, and then I'm gonna drop off because I have some stuff to do. But thank you very much for the invite. I'll just take one second. I'm going to show Equalizer because I think it's a project that I know a lot of your community in the past, they used to like Fantom, and I think Fantom is starting to do very interesting things. So it's definitely something that I'm keeping in my mind over here. So for those of you who like Fantom, I'm doing it through Beefy Finance, but you can do it directly with Equalizer. You have this pool over here with USDC Ethereum. Again, we are holding Ethereum in the long term. We want to maximize our APR. You can generate almost 25% APY, if you pair it with USDC. And again, here, as you can see, I have very small amounts, maybe $241. So I am distributing my risk across many, many different DeFi options, different DeFi projects, different liquidity pools. I have also some of my Fantom paired with DAI over here, earning almost 84%. So I think it's a game of diversifying your risk, Mile, looking at your different options, understanding what are the projects that you want to hold in the long term, and just making these small bets.
I agree. No, I think that's really good good insight, and we'll definitely talk about Equalizer a bit later because there's some Fantom stuff we definitely have to discuss. That's a segment I already have planned. So it's good that you touched on it because I agree. There's a few dexes on Fantom now offering some pretty juicy yield. It's interesting to look at them.
Amazing. Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to drop. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Miles, for the invitation.
Thanks so much for joining, bro. I'll catch up with you later. And yeah, thank you for joining.
Bye, guys. Have a lovely day. Thanks, Banter family. Cheers.
You too. We'll catch you later. So what I want to do now is, it was good to talk about some DeFi. It's actually refreshing getting into the DeFi stuff a little bit more again. And it's good to get that perspective as well. I want to answer some questions. So drop your questions in the comments. I do have a couple awesome segments planned. We've got the ZK stuff. We need to discuss it. We've got Fantom. We need to discuss it. Also, I want to do an hour of just researching alts and researching that stuff. But I want to do a rapid fire, quick 5-minute Q&A session, quick answers. Go through some of your questions now. So drop them in the comments. What do you want to know? Anything crypto related, anything related to like my research and stuff like that, drop them in. While we're waiting for those questions to come through, I just want to quickly remind you that OKX is running a $10,000 mystery box right now. So if you don't have an OKX account, if you sign up and you're a first-time user of OKX and you sign up for an account using the link in the description, if you deposit $50 worth of crypto or fiat into your account, you don't need to trade, by the way. You don't need to trade anything. You just need to deposit $50 into your account and you get to open a mystery box. Now, inside the mystery box can be anywhere from like $0, or you might win $5, $10, $20 worth of crypto, all the way up to 10,000. So there are people that have won $5,000, $10,000 from these mystery boxes. So potentially you can win up to 10K. And if you refer a friend, you also get another mystery box. So you can sign up, open your mystery box, and then refer another friend. If they sign up, you get another one, and on to get more mystery boxes. So it's actually quite fun to open. And there's a link in the description to OKX as well to sign up. And it's pretty much like, I've been using it the last few days. It's actually like the UI on the exchange surprised me for the good. Like, it is actually one of the nicest exchanges to use, probably right up there with Bybit and BitGet. So pleasantly surprised by OKX. And even if you don't want to trade, you can just go ahead, open your mystery box, and then that's that. See what you get. You can always withdraw the money back after. So it's kind of like a decent offer. So yeah, link in the description to that. And these questions are starting to come through now. So I will start answering them. The first one, will regulation kill altcoins or the opposite? Now, this is a super interesting discussion, and it's one that I guess we could talk on for hours. But I think, it's really, really interesting because a lot of people think regulation is doom in crypto. They think as soon as things get regulated, that's the writing on the wall for the end of crypto. And I would actually argue the opposite, because what happens with nascent industries is institutions don't feel comfortable unless there is enough regulatory support and stakeholder support to be able to make investments into a new sector. And since crypto's so young, so nascent as an industry, a lot of institutions are still in the sidelines because they don't want to piss their stakeholders off by getting into something that's not properly regulated and dodgy. And they also don't want to assume risks of potentially like buying cryptocurrency and then being slapped with fines by the SEC and then getting in trouble and all that sort of stuff. So actually, regulation long-term can be bullish if it's done correctly, because that opens up the door for a lot of investors that weren't previously comfortable now to become comfortable and invest in crypto. The one issue, though, with regulation in the short term is there could be protocols that are negatively affected. We saw Tornado Cash was negatively affected because of the OFAC stuff. They're kind of starting to relaunch now, but that's one example. Also, like Kraken staking as a service, which was recently sanctioned. That's obviously a negative for the exchange, and also could be a negative for Ethereum, as it's now being treated, at least in the eyes of the staking context, as a security by the SEC. Now, there's kind of arguments as to whether Ethereum falls under that category. Because if you look at the Howey test, you can kind of make arguments for both sides. I think it's more leaning towards being a security now. We'll see how that ends up playing out. I hope it's not, because if ETH's labeled a security, then a lot of other cryptos are going to be labeled as security, and that doesn't really affect them intrinsically. Like, Ethereum still is a great network. We still get exhibiting network effect. Still has amazing dApps. Still is a decentralized ecosystem. What it does affect is onboarding and the restrictions as to how you can onboard into crypto and also take your money off via the off ramp. So maybe it hurts like that retail component, because right now it's very easy to buy crypto, trade crypto. It probably adds a bit more red tape, because once something's called a security, there's a lot more regulations as what you can and can't do. So look, long-term regulation, I think, is bullish. But short term, there's going to be some bumpy roads, and we did see this over the last few days, where Bitcoin and Ethereum had that sell-off in response to a lot of the regulatory FUD coming out, because typically what the market does is it reacts negatively, and the long-term implications aren't really priced in. It's more of like a knee-jerk reaction to some announcement, and we've seen that time and time again. So yeah, it can be bullish long-term. Short-term, we're going to see volatility, but I'm not too worried. USDT refused Coinbase probing. Should we be careful? I would be careful around USDT, actually. I mean, look, if USDT collapses, then the crypto market's going to really see see some strong sell-offs. And because USDT is such an integral stablecoin across like so many different trading pairs, across so many exchanges, you'd hate to see something happen here. But they are a little bit shady, like, and this is just my personal opinion, of course. Compared to like BUSD, compared to USDC, the USDT like transparency is not there, and I don't necessarily know why that's the case. And I'd love more information into this. But yeah, it's just maybe just be a bit careful. Now, I don't think USDT is going to collapse. I don't think it's going anywhere, but I'm just a little bit careful. I do diversify stablecoin risk. So when I save stables, I go USDC, I go BUSD, I go USDT. And I also like trading with different trading pairs just to mix things up a bit. So I don't think it's going to collapse or anything, but I do think it's like a little weird. I think there's some weird stuff with the lack of transparency. Chris said, what would provide better returns in the run up to Shanghai, Lido, FRAX, or Rocket Pool? Or something else. Did a full show on this as to why I think LSDs could perform strongly. Really like a two-pronged argument. The first prong of the argument essentially is the Shanghai upgrade. So having redemptions on the Beacon chain now eligible essentially means the demand for staking will increase, and liquid staking is an obvious alternative to validator node staking, which I think a lot of retail participants will prefer, given the like capital efficiency benefits you get of liquid staking, because you can get a token, do what you want in DeFi, have some fun, putting up as collateral, learning against it, earning yield on it. So it just makes sense why people would want a liquid stake. So I do see. I do also, Josh, could we just stay on one question? So I have the question in front of me instead of jumping. I do see the benefit to the Shanghai upgrade for liquid staking, but then also I also see the benefit off the back of the SEC news, because as liquidity flows out of centralized staking platforms, if they are sanctioned like Kraken are, then we could see those funds then start to flow into the decentralized staking platforms. And I much more eloquently explained it in yesterday's show. But yeah, it's a two-pronged thesis I have. So you asked what out of those coins, what I'm most bullish on, because I do think it's a strong narrative for Q1. I'm probably out of the three coins you listed, I'm probably bullish in the order you listed them. Because, okay, so Lido, if we go into June analytics, liquid staking, and we look at the dashboard of where capital is going, like what protocols it's going into, we can see Lido's 75% market share. So like it's still like by far the dominant player. Then you've got Coinbase, which isn't a liquid staking derivative, it's an exchange. That's, there's rumors that the SEC could target Coinbase next after Kraken. That would obviously help the LSD narrative, because people would probably pull out their funds out of Coinbase into some of these other ones. Then you've got Rocket Pool as number 3. But I am more bullish on Lido just because it's probably like the nicer UI, has the stronger market share, and is just generally like it's a heavily backed bet. You've got Dragonfly investing, you've got a lot of big VCs on the cap table. Just generally, like, I think a bit safer. But I think FRAX is probably my second favorite. And the reason why FRAX is my second favorite, and I wonder if I can get this up now, DeFi Llama LSD deposits. Here we go. The reason why FRAX is my second favorite is because of the growth, the percentage growth. So FRAX is kind of like, Lido's like Amazon. It's like an established top 10 company in the world with a huge market share. And FRAX is like a little startup that's growing at a faster pace because it's newer. And what you typically see from startups is, yeah, they can fail, so there's more risk with them. But if they do gain momentum, then percentage growth wise, there's more upside. So something like a FRAX, if you actually have a look in like July, September, October, it was doing like, I mean, it had 0%. So you can see FRAX Ether, it's the second last column. It had 0% of the total Ethereum stakes. And then over time, it started to increase. So it had 0.08%, then 0.1, and then it shot up to 0.3 and 0.7. You can see it's outpacing. So it's like a growth stock. It's outpacing its competition until eventually it's now 1.5%, I think, 1.4%. And it's the fourth biggest. And I mean, just look at the trend. The trend's clear. You've got Rocket Pool stagnating around 5%. You have Lido actually dropping because they were just so dominant from the get-go that naturally you're going to see some liquidity flow out of there into other ecosystems. And we see Anchor and FRAX growing, but FRAX actually outperforming Anchor. So yeah, I think FRAX is probably my second favorite. And then you've got Anchor and Rocket Pool. Probably Rocket Pool for me is third, and then Anchor. There are more. So obviously you've got Stakehound, Stakewise, StayFi, Shared Stake. But for me, like, just keep it simple. If you're playing the trend, play Lido, play Rocket Pool, play FRAX, play the safer ones, and I think you're good to go. I just want to quickly get up the chart for this, though, to look at the levels before we head on to the next question. I did say these would be rapid-fire questions, but once I go on a tangent, I can't stop. So I just, like, excuse me for that, but I think it's good. I think you guys will appreciate the insight. Lido. Yeah, we could see it did bounce nicely off my level here. And I actually didn't long. I should have set a reminder. Actually, tip for you guys, if you have TradingView, literally just click on the little reminder tool and set notifications, because then you will be notified when you want to open a trade. To be honest, I should have opened a trade here because that was my levels, and my level, just to give you guys a retrospective view on how you should have traded this. And I was, busy over the weekend, so I didn't have my alarm set. Basically what you do is, if you have a predetermined level, you see this is very strong support now because of the amount of touches. Typically, like, the stronger support and resistance will be determined by how many touches you have, and just look at the amount. Obviously it was like resistance here, like multiple times, and then flip to support, and we have like so many touches on the 4 hourly, and on the hourly even more. So many examples of this being support. So that's why it was a super strong level for me. And what you would do is you would then say, all right, that's a strong level of support. Let's long at that level. And you would set your stop loss, if you're leverage trading, below the previous wick. Now, the previous wick I would call 2.17. So you'd set it at like 2.167. And that would be your stop. And then that gives you like a little bit of leeway. So, in case there's a fake out, you don't get stopped out. And you can long this level and then take 50% here at the next resistance. And then move your stop up to entry. So then you're in the trade risk-free. You've taken 50%, and then you've got the other 50% that's now riding, and then you move your stop up again to the next level. So then you're essentially getting 2 chances to ride the trade risk-free, and you would be in 12% profit. But obviously, if you're using 10x leverage, then you're in 120% profit. You've doubled your money. So maybe that gives you an insight into how I'd trade something like this. And if you get stopped out, it's no big deal. You're only losing 2%. So that's 20% on 10x. Maybe that's too high for some of you. Maybe use 7x, so you only lose 15%. It just totally depends on your risk tolerance. Maybe you're a trader that likes to play like the bigger swings, so you use less leverage. Look, it depends what you do, but that's, if I was doing like 10x leverage, that is what I do. And hopefully that makes sense for you guys as to like how I trade. So yeah, set your stop. 50% profits at the next resistance, move your stop up once we break, move your stop up again, and that's like a risk-free way of entering a trade. So hopefully that gives you an idea of how I would have traded that. As I said, I missed this trade, so maybe it's no use to you now, but I think there's always learnings from this stuff. And there's actually, throughout this show, I'm sure we're going to find trades that I actually will be taking today. So this certainly won't be the last one, but Lido, that's what I'm seeing. Now I'm seeing, like, if you want a long, you kind of have to wait for a pullback. So if you're interested in getting into LSDs, got to wait for a pullback of this level, successful retest, and then, yeah, you can long set your previous stop below these wicks here. You can easily get stopped out there. So it's not my favorite level. This is a much stronger support zone. But if you want to take like a short-term scalp, you can trade the bounce. But save like the bigger bids for this level. So maybe you only enter 30% here, and then look to put 30% here, and then ladder in, on the retest as well, and then confirmation. So it really depends on your strategy. But yeah, LSDs are pretty strong right now. So it's not really a narrative I'm shorting or anything, because it's just like, I don't know, I'm just not interested in shorting such a strong narrative. It's kind of stupid, in my opinion, especially when the chart looks that bullish. You can make the same argument for FRAX. looks fairly bullish as well. We can see like general uptrend, and we can see like higher lows. So higher lows are a great sign that we're getting continued bullish momentum. So we can see high low, high low, high low, high low. And then now we're seeing us pivot off the lows here to push up to the upside. We do want to reclaim this level. Super important to reclaim this range, because then, you know, we're going to push up and attempt to make new highs. That's going to be important for FRAX if we want bullish price momentum. But for FRAX, in terms of a long, it's not horrible long now, but it's slightly overextended. I'd prefer to get it on the bottom of the range here, at least averaging in this previous support zone, the previous low. And then if it does come down and touch the general support zone, then that would be a decent long. So yeah, that's more of a pullback long for me. Unless we start breaking this level here, then you would want to long it on the retest, because likely we're pushing up to not all-time highs, but yearly highs at the $14 mark. So that's how I'd play FRAX. And then the other one you asked for is Rocket Pool. Let's look at Rocket Pool's charts. Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, this is a clear one, except I don't have much price data on this. So let me get a chart with better price data. Rocket Pool RPL. Maybe it's the only one. I think Binance is the only one. I like more data on my charts though. It's not much data. Let's look at Binance, see if this one's better. Yeah, maybe that's just when it was listed on Binance, so we just don't have much data. But anyway, we can still trade it. I just prefer more historical data so I can get support and resistance levels. But you know, basically you can see a similar uptrend. So we can see uptrend, and I would look for a retest of the diagonal there before I make any moves. So I would look at, let me just get my tool up. I would look at buying on support. So pullback to this line, I would look at trading the bounce on RPL. And that might be around like $42. I always like to buy pullbacks. So I wouldn't be buying now just because, I mean, this has crazy wicks as well. This isn't one I'd leverage trade. I would leverage trade FRAX and Lido because they're a lot more consistent. Lido is probably the best one because it's got the most volume. FRAX is a bit harder. Can't really use leverage on coins with not a lot of liquidity like Rocket Pool. Like, look at these wicks. Crazy wick, ridiculous wick. You just, like, this is more of a spot trade. So the spot zone is this zone here. And I'll try to identify that for you guys with like a rectangle in this zone here. If we do come down and bounce, like roughly this zone. So just wait for a pullback. And obviously, if we break, then, you know, we reconsider the thesis. Always set your stop loss. Thought Mars was a fundamental guy, learns more TA than me. Actually, this is a great discussion. I do want to touch on this point, Heisenberg. And by the way, Breaking Bad is the greatest show of all time. So good that we have another Breaking Bad fan. I've watched it like 3 times. Huge fan of my YouTube is like just all Breaking Bad shorts. So respect for the name. But in terms of TA, yeah, I'll explain this actually, because I was never a TA guy. So I am primarily still a fundamentals guy, and that's really where my strengths are, identifying altcoins, looking at upcoming narratives, that kind of stuff. But I did mention on my Twitter, I think roughly 6 months ago, that I was trying to learn TA and get better at trading, because I just wanted to add the another string to my bow, and I wanted to allocate like 10% of my portfolio to active trading. So, you know, if I had $10,000, I'd want to trade with like probably like 1,000 to 2,000 max. And that's just an arbitrary number, by the way. So I started to get more active in trading, and then I realized like I really liked it. It was a lot of fun. So now I'm just continuing with the journey, and it's been going fairly well. I've hit some terrible trades, I've hit some amazing trades, but in general, TA has just been a good way for me to manage risk. Because it's kind of like the next step of, all right, you find an altcoin you really like, and since I'm very narrative driven and very like switched on fundamentally to what's happening, like I'll find projects I like. So let's say Lido, and also I called Lido at $1 last year, so I identified that, for example. The next decision is like, when do I enter, right? How do I trade a coin I know is going up successfully with proper risk management? And the problem is, if you don't use some sort of strategy, and that doesn't need to be TA, it can be like laddering in, laddering out. But TA is just one way of implementing a strategy for getting those exits and entries. So I'm not like a leverage trader like Sheldon, where I like snipe things all the time. But I do love TA now, and I've learned to love it as a way to get get my head more around the risk reward of entering certain trades and entering narratives, and like manage risk. So yeah, it's been a great thing to learn. I feel like I've improved heaps over the last 6 months. Also, I'm not an expert, so don't take everything I say as gospel. I may be wrong on my levels. My thesis may be wrong. You may have an opinion that's different from mine. That's the beauty of trading. Everyone sees things differently. But I just think, yeah, it's been a cool thing to add to my arsenal and share with you guys as well. All right, let's get through some of the other comments. Someone wants me to chart NIA. I can have a look at NIA. And I've got some pre-planned segments, of course, on ZK and Fantom, but I'm enjoying mixing this up with questions. Since my trading list is so disorganized right now, I need to continuously like delete them and re-add them. I don't feel like that line's too relevant. NIA. Okay. NIA. So yeah, NIA currently rejecting off, and I'm actually going to move this up to the wick. NIA's currently, well, in the short term at least, rejecting off its resistance. If it breaks above though and confirms above, it's not a horrible long. NIA, I mean, overall, let's just zoom out firstly to get perspective on what this coin's done. It's done nothing. Like, it is actually horrible compared to many other alts in the market. It's done essentially nothing. So this is one that if it breaks, and we kind of saw like a short-term break, but now it's moving sideways. And this is often what we see from like, I would say it was a successful breakout, but like a non-explosive breakout. So oftentimes we see like breakouts and then you hit resistance and then you kind of go sideways in an accumulation zone until we break key resistance at 2.8. There's not going to be that move up to $5 to $6. If we break, then yeah, this can run quick. This can probably double. Probably going to need some news, so like some sort of catalyst to get it up there, but it just hasn't really run. Like look lows to, it's up 83%. And although that's a lot, like compared to some of the other, like its other comparable projects like Fantom that have 3x and other L1s that have 3, 4x, it hasn't really done too much off the lows yet. So it looks like it honestly looks like it's just consolidating sideways for a move. And if that move is to the upside, it's going to be pretty explosive. So let's keep our eye on it. I think that in terms of the first short-term plan, it's definitely a break of the 2.34 level, hopefully confirms above, and then we look to push up towards our next resistance, which is roughly at the 2.6 level. So that's a small little trade for you to take, which is an 11% trade. You set your stop under here. And, you know, that's a really short trade. But that's not really the exciting trade. That's like, you know, if you want to make a little bit of quick cash, you know, a bit of a scalp trade. If you want a bigger trade, so that more really big trade with upside potential, you want to wait on the daily. You want to look at the daily. Firstly, you want to look at the 200 MA as well. You want to see two things. And this is very, very important. You want to see a break of the 200 MA and the horizontal resistance at 2.8. If they both break, and they're going to line up, right? This 200 MA is going like this. It's going to come like this and like this eventually. What may very well happen with NIA is it retests. And if it can break, it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge because it's breaking the 200 MA. And historically, we know when NIA's been above, and this is the same for Bitcoin, the 200 MA on the daily, it's had huge pumps. And when it's been below, it's had massive, massive dumps. So generally, to establish what trend we're in, I look at the 200 MA on the daily. One of the most important indicators in crypto, in my opinion, to substantiate what the trend is. Right now, we haven't really broken any key trends. So the break of the horizontal in the 200 MA will be a fantastic long opportunity, but it may also reject. It may very well reject. So that's obviously the long scenario. But let's say the MA does this, then we get up and we come up here, then we reject again, then that's going to be a great short opportunity. So it'll be all eyes on NIA. It's not happening today. It's not happening tomorrow. It's probably not happening till next week or the week after. But all eyes will be on NIA when we get this move. So let's just keep this in our watch lists because there's going to be a big opportunity on this at some point. So let's keep our eye on NIA. That's a really interesting one to watch. And if it is a breakout, then yeah, it can be huge. And also I'd look at Aurora because Aurora has done nothing either. Like this is just a coin that has not moved. Similarly to NIA, like if it catches a break, then this could be a decent one. Kind of looks like a cup and handle. By the way, terrible chart. Terrible, horrible chart. It kind of looks like a cup and handle in the sense that maybe now, you know, we're getting the handle and then we can look to break above those previous levels. But yeah, TA on Aurora is useless. Don't even trade on Aurora. Trade on NIA. And since Aurora's the L1 EVM compatible like NEAR layer, then just trade Aurora in conjunction with NEAR. I think they move roughly together. So you're going to be right doing that. But Aurora bled heavy. Sorry, that's the correct English. As someone that is a big proponent of using proper grammar, I apologize for my mistake on the past participle. VRA's been moving. Let's look at VRA. And then we'll get into some narrative stuff as well. I've already got a KuCoin thing here. Finding it much quicker to just search, but I need to just sort my lists here because they're messy. Okay, VRA on the daily. Wow, great chart, bullish chart. And you know what's funny? I've had this line in for a long time, so I didn't trade this either. See, this is you're getting a lesson from me. Put your freaking indicators on. Put your damn time sensors on, because I would have gotten this long if I had it on, and I didn't, and because those lines have not changed in days. So, damn, I'm an idiot. But essentially, it bounced perfectly off my level that I didn't trade, and we broke above, and then we perfect retest to the upside. Stop loss would have been below. Would have been a fantastic trade. So yeah, after this show, I'm going to put my words into practice and go through all of my charts and add my timers to all of them, so I get a notification on my phone when something's breaking. Because now I'm pissed off because I've missed 2 moves that I should have gotten because I had them in my damn charts. But you know, that's the thing. Keeping up with trading is difficult. So it's like you got to like set aside. Gareth Soloway says 10 minutes a day. I reckon maybe 20 to 30 is easier. If you're serious about trading, you got to set aside time. And over the weekend, I didn't have time, or I didn't make time, and I paid the price. But in terms of the levels, yeah, it's looking super, super strong. No trade zone for me at all. I mean, obviously, you know, retest of this level, you can have another crack at the long. The next zone actually for VRA is like 16 cents. If we go onto the daily and have a look at how it's moving, yeah, huge bullish momentum here. We tested off the 200 MA on the daily, as I said, most important indicator in crypto. Bounced multiple times, broke to the upside, retested key horizontal support. Looks like the next price target's 15 cents. So if you're in a position, you can really hold this and look for like a 15-cent TP, maybe a bit lower, like 14.6. But yeah, I see this ripping to the upside if it can break this level here at 11.5. So all eyes on VRA. I wouldn't ape into it now though, because I mean the question is, oh Mars, if you see it pushing up to that higher price target, why wouldn't you ape in now? The reason is it's just not my thesis. My thesis is to always buy support and not long into resistance. And I feel like at least short term, we kind of are in a resistance zone. So until we can break this zone, it's not really a long, because you're kind of longing into short term resistance. And what can happen is it could push up and then just break down again. And then you kind of just get screwed over. So I wouldn't long here until like we flip. Then okay, this is more bullish. Set your stop, bang, push the upside. So yeah, that's what I'd look at VRA. But yeah, short-term resistance wouldn't long here, but super bullish for long-term spot holders. Remember, I'm not a chartist. We're just having a bit of fun here. We'll get into all the fundamental stuff later. In a second, actually. Someone wants me to talk about NAK, N-A-K-A. Let me search this up. I haven't heard. Well, maybe I know. Hold on. Oh, I do know this. I do know this project. Hustle might have a better opinion on this because he's the gaming expert. I don't know much. It's Nakamoto Games. It's on Matic. It wants me to connect my wallet, which I'm not going to do. Stop. MetaMask keeps prompting me. Let's have a look. Let's check this out. So they have a lot of play-to-earn games, tournaments, events. They have a P2P DEX, staking referral program. Looks solid. Looks like just like a P2E dashboard. It keeps prompting my MetaMask. It's really, I got to close the website. It keeps wanting my MetaMask. It's really annoying. You guys can't see because I'm in my tab view and you can't see MetaMask extensions on the tab view. But this looks okay. This looks interesting. I mean, I need to research it more. I'm not super into gaming, especially not the gaming small caps. But I think gaming is I'm seeing it starting to gain steam as a narrative. Now, like this is a narratives market. So this is a market where we're just seeing like ZK fly, then AI fly, then just all sorts of narratives flying. Like it's kind of nuts. So I think gaming is another one that could catch a break. Everything at some point's catching bids. Gaming's one of those narrative I see maybe catching bid. Let's actually look at gaming crypto coin market cap. to show you what I mean. Sandbox actually was bitted heavy by the Saudis. Chaos says his games haven't really kicked off. Can't wait till they do. Man, the gaming bull run will be, oh my God, one of the biggest bull runs ever. Like, we are so early to gaming, but also so close. I feel like the next 2 years, we're going to finally get these huge, big AAA games. And I think gaming, just off the back of hype from those games, will just explode. So I'm super excited for the future of crypto gaming. I don't think you need to ape in. Look, if you're looking at holding gaming for like 3 to 4 years, it's similar to other alts. Like, you're gonna get decent spot entries on these this year. So just like relax. Don't feel like you can DCA, sure, have a nibble, maybe save some of your capital for later this year. You don't need to ape in now, but just start researching, start positioning yourself a little bit, or at least just learning about the ecosystems, because gaming is going to be huge. And I think we're getting a lot closer, but we're probably still like a couple years off. But yeah, Becca actually thinks next year's gaming's year. So let's see. But yeah, super interesting opportunities here in the gaming sector. And let me speak more short term for a second. We're seeing a lot of narratives catch a bid. I think gaming, at least in the short term, could be one that does. And if it does, we're obviously going to see these big caps fly. Sand flew off the Saudi bids. ApeCoin probably does well. I'm actually on OKX in an ApeCoin long, I think. And I think I'm up on it. Yeah, I've got like $1,000 in it. I might actually look at closing that soon. But yeah, gaming, tends to be how it operates. We see cycles from big caps, mid caps, small caps. Illuvium's interesting. We're seeing a lot of these down on the week now. So if your thesis is that we get a push up from Bitcoin, and this is like really the integral part of any narrative trades right now, it's having a strong Bitcoin. If your thesis is that we've set this bottom in the short term, I've accidentally clicked the text box. Yes, bottom's in for the short term, and we push back up into this range, then there could be like AI could outperform, ZK probably outperforms, LSDs probably outperform, and then gaming's probably my fourth narrative, I think, is kind of due and could be decent for some entries here. And then what I would do is just look at large caps, mid caps, and then as things progress and we see them gaining momentum, then we might look at filtering into small caps. But for now, I wouldn't jump into small caps first. I feel like it always goes large, mid, small. There's no need to like FOMO into small caps until like the final leg of a narrative. Christian, you're my friend as well. Thank you for joining. Appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Azor as well. You're on Twitch. I'm reading the YouTube comments, but it's cool because you also have Twitch comments here. So to everyone on Twitch, welcome in. We will do community coins, yes. So part of a segment in the show that I'll be doing, and this stream will be a few more, like probably 2 more hours. So we'll get time for all of this. We'll be like researching your coins. Probably do that towards the back end of the show. I'll just like research coins you guys suggest, and I'll let you know what I think. Maybe we'll find some gems, so that'll be good. I'm seeing some really good questions. So I think there's one thing I want to go into now. I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent here. This is a big one, but I think it's time to talk about ZK. Because someone said, what are your views on MENA? And ZK right now is hot. So let's talk about ZK. Just need a quick drink first because this is a big one. It's also 12 a.m., but I've got my coffee, so I'm feeling, considering it's 12 a.m., I'm feeling pretty good. I was also playing the Hogwarts Harry Potter game before this. Let me know in the comments. Has anyone played that new Harry Potter game? I'll actually show it to the guys that haven't. I think it's called Hogwarts Legacy. I've got a PlayStation set up. You guys can see I've got a 65-inch LG C2 behind me. And then I'll try and show you this. I've got a nice couch. So I've got my couch. It's hard to see with like Philips Hue lights, cinema curtains behind. And then I've also got my telly behind me there. So I've got a nice gaming setup. And I've got a sick, I can't show you because I'll unplug my webcam, but I've got a sick 45-inch Samsung here. But yeah, I've been playing this Hogwarts game on my new telly. Pretty fun. I mean, I'm not a big I've actually done tweets about how I'm like anti-video games, and in general, it's true from a productivity perspective. But I allowed myself a bit of a break yesterday because I'm like crypto all week, guys. Like I'm like full on 15-hour work days, pretty crazy, like pretty intense. So it was nice to have a bit of a break, play some games. And yeah, that was a cool one. So someone said they're playing it right now on the other screen. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm enjoying it. Not not like the biggest Harry Potter fan, but it's just fun. It's just an easy game to pick up and play. Cool vibes. Yeah, it's just a lot of fun. Someone said PM or AM. It is AM. It's AM. It's dark outside. That's why the room's so dark right now. Someone said great call. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Someone said, where does your last name come from? And we're about to get into ZK stuff. That'll be a good conversation, but just easy into it here. Where does your last name come from? So my family heritage is German. Obviously, Deutscher, if you translate it in German, it means German. So Miles German is my name. It's kind of like being called like Miles English. So yeah, but I'm not actually German. I'm like, I actually did a DNA test like a few years ago. I think I got like 10% German, like 8% German. And I was quite interesting. I'm actually mostly English, Irish, Scottish, and Norwegian, and a bit Swedish. Very much like Western Europe. That's why I've got pasty white skin. Partly because I don't go outside and I trade crypto all day. And also partly because I'm like very European. But yeah, part German apparently, but not too recent. Probably like the 1800s. Ethereum Leviosa. Oh, we need some Leviosa right now from Ethereum. We need a boom, huge smash through all of these key levels. All right, let's get into this ZK stuff. I do want to remind you though, if you want to trade any of these coins, so some of these ZK coins are on the centralized exchanges like OKX and Bybit and BitGet, links in the description to all that, but a lot aren't. And the ones that aren't, if you're going to trade spot, the best place to do it's KyberSwap. Basically what it is it's a decentralized aggregator, which will give you the best route. So let's say you want to swap, let's say you want to go Aave into Metis. Metis is actually a ZK narrative protocol. Let's say you got some Aave, you want to put it into Metis or USDT or USDC, whatever you've got. It'll automatically route the best route for you to get the cheapest price. So if you swap Aave to Metis, it'll route it through SushiSwap and Uniswap because it's determined that's the best route to get the best price for you. Let's say you want to do USDC, it'll do a similar thing. So it actually worked out Shiba. It's cheaper to go through Shiba and then into Wrapped ETH than into Metis. So KyberSwap's fucking cool because you can go into any chain that you have coins on, even Solana compatible and near compatible as well, and swap it at the best price instantly to any other project cross-chain. So it's very cool. Technically not cross-chain. You've got to be on the same chain, but cross-chain, what I meant by that was you can use multiple chains. So it's very, very, very cool. So if you want to swap any DeFi assets, instead of like doing that annoying search where you're like, oh, where's this coin? Like, I don't know. Is it on Uniswap? Is it on SushiSwap? You can just go to KyberSwap and they'll work it out for you at the cheapest rate. So yeah, if you want to trade any of these in terms of spot or buy any of these in terms of spot, you can do so on KyberSwap. Link in the description, of course. They don't offer leverage trading, so we've got proper exchanges for leverage trading. But I think Kyber's very, very good for the DeFi stuff. All right, let's get into it. Yo, Kyle from Gold Coast. I've never been to Gold Coast, which is weird. I live in Melbourne, by the way. All right, this is ZK stuff. All right, so ZK. Let's contextualize what's actually happening here with ZK. Why is ZK hot? ZK is hot because of three catalysts. ZK Sync, Starknet, and Polygon ZK EVM all launching later this year. Now, ZK Sync's very close. I think their token launch will be within the next couple months. And off the back of these launches, a lot of people are anticipating, now we have like mainnets for all these protocols, that there'll be a lot of liquidity going to ZK products. Now, what ZK is, what it stands for is zero knowledge proofs or zero knowledge rollups, which is a way to scale Ethereum. So the Ethereum blockchain is very congested. We know it's got very high gas fees. One of the ways to alleviate congestion is through L2s, but a technology that can help power L2s and make them faster is we've got optimistic rollups and then ZK rollups. And zero knowledge rollups are the cheaper and faster option of the two. It's debatable whether they're faster in the short term, but in the long run, I do believe it's the superior tech. And this tech's quite groundbreaking because it has inbuilt privacy. And it's just a very, very, very efficient way to scale Ethereum and solve a lot of the problems that ETH has. So these projects have been building for a while, and it took a while to get the tech right. But we've seen like $8 billion be invested into Starknet. I think $2 billion is a ZK Sync. You've got Aztec, Hermes. I've gone through all the airdrops in previous videos if you want to position yourself for those. But there's been some huge ZK products being invested into, like the top VCs. And those ecosystems have been building for a while and are now very close to launching. So now the hype is ZK. It's all the rage. And it's honestly all I've seen on Twitter these last 2 days. And I was relatively early to the trend in the sense that I did my thread on the 2nd of February. So 11 days ago. And since then, all the projects I mentioned as my ZK picks are up significantly. I talked about Mina, I talked about IMX, talked about LRC, Syscoin, Dusk, Mute. You'll notice all of these are up significantly since I tweeted. So I was relatively early, but I still think in general there are opportunities here. And we'll get into all the charts for all these coins. We'll discuss them individually. We'll use these next 20 minutes as a ZK planning discussion board. But I did a video on this a couple of weeks ago, and I gave you my accumulation plan. And we'll look over some of those levels in a second. Some of them have already hit. Some of them you're going to have to wait for pullbacks. Some are actually breaking out and might be a short-term trade. So ZK stuff's super hot ahead of these launches. Now, there's a very interesting thread by 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫. And he or she said, making your next 100K is about rotating into the correct narratives. I mean, the 100K number's arbitrary because if you have $1,000, maybe you don't make 100K, maybe you make 10K. Like, it's not, if you have 100K, then obviously going to make $1 million. So it's not necessarily about the number that's important, but narrative rotation is like the game at the moment. And honestly, I'm really, really, really sick of the word narrative. I really want another word for it. The only other synonym that is comparable is trend. If someone can give me another synonym for narrative, let's please use it, because I feel like I say narrative a million times every show, but it's really the only thing to describe what we're seeing in crypto at the moment. And that is really intense, powerful storylines. There's a kind of a synonym being driven by the crypto community. And then it's kind of like this self-fulfilling prophecy. Like someone mentions ZK and then everyone starts mentioning ZK and then everyone apes in and then the price goes up and then that gets retail interested. And then like these self-fulfilling prophecies like come into existence because of like a trend or a narrative that builds. And we saw it with AI, and oftentimes narratives are powered by like catalysts. Like, so AI's catalyst was Microsoft investing, Google investing. Gaming's catalyst last cycle was Facebook or Meta platforms investing, and now Amazon investing. Genres kind of, it's not, I don't think it works. I think it's narrative, storyline, or trend. Honestly, why is the English language so limited? I speak some Italian, parlo un po' di italiano, and I feel like there's much more vocabulary in the European languages. I don't know. I feel like English is very limited. We need more synonyms. We need to create more words, guys. We need to create more words. Actually, I read something that the English language is actually one of the smaller vocabularies of any language. Like in the smaller, like there's languages like Japanese and European languages which have like 3 times the amount of words, and maybe that would help in this. But yeah, we're gonna have to use that word over and over and over again. Hype bubble's another one. The thing is with the word bubble, fashion, trend, I guess trend. The problem with the word hype bubble is it implies there's a bubble, and sometimes narratives are driven by like substantiated catalysts that are like quite strong, and you can't really call them a bubble because like they might never pop. Like a trend just might set in and then that's it. But yeah, generally in crypto, when we talk about narratives, we mean like short-term trends. But anyway, I kind of got off topic there with talking about linguistics and what's the word? Is it etymology? The origin of words. But there was a very good thread, and that was basically outlining by observing whales on chain, you can get an idea into how the ZK rotation is developing. And this was quite interesting. So they went through a few major ones: Dusk, LRC, ZZZ, or ZZ, IMX, and then XFT. So I think we should take a look at this trade because it was pretty good. So the first coin is Dusk. I wonder what Dusk's market cap is right now. Let's have a look. I did mention this in my thread too. On February 2nd, my thread was launched. So let's see how it's performed since then. Can I give myself a pat on the back? Yeah, that was 15 cents. It's almost doubled since I mentioned it. Woo! We called it, guys. I'm a genius. I mean, I don't mean to toot my own horn. I've been pretty spot on. I called AI, then got into arguments with people on Twitter as to whether I actually called it or not. But I did call AI multiple times in the shows. We also called the Perp DEX narrative. We called, what else did we call? We called Arbitrum, ZK. Yeah, I think that's it for now. There was something else. LSDs. We've done very well on LSDs. Got into Lido at $1, so that was good. But anyway, I'm digressing. So Dusk, 30-day median purchase price of $13.13. Decent room to run. One particular wallet stands out to me. So this is the on-chain analysis of ZK, which made a 200k purchase at 9 cents. This wallet used 0x3F, also hasn't sold Dusk yet, and has a token balance of over 470k Dusk. So that's the first one, like people positioning themselves in Dusks. As you can see by the chart, the highest purchases came in at a price of 13 cents. It's currently 27 cents, so it has overextended since this post. I have decent confidence that it can run if the ZK narrative continues to go strong. Let's look at Dusk, and let's actually look at all of these as they develop. I'm just going to set it up because I've got a few other ones as well. Let's do it in order. So the first one's Dusk. Let's chart all of these individually and look at if they've run, because I think there is room for ZK to run, and obviously the entry isn't as good as when I first mentioned it, but there could be opportunities here. All right, Dusk. So that is the trend it broke. The next support is, or resistance now, is this level here. Well, it's approaching resistance. All right, so can't long this now. I don't think we get an aggressive pullback to 20 cents either, to be honest. This narrative is hot. Yeah, this isn't a great one to trade, guys. And I'll always be honest with you if I think something's a trade. I mean, you could kind of draw a trend in here, but it's not really. There's not enough touch points. There's only 2 touch points. That's really not a good trend. Whereas, we have technically only 3. Like 1, 2, 3, no, 4. 4 touch points. 4 touch points is much better than 2. So I mean, for me, yeah, it's approaching resistance, guys. But you can't short a narrative this strong. So either we get a significant pullback or you leave Dusk. But yeah, let's just look at the next one. LRC. There's quite an interesting whale activity going on with LRC. Firstly, with some huge transfers from a Coinbase wallet of over 2 million over the past 10 days. Purchase price median 13 cents. What's it now? Surely that can't be right. 13 cents. Fuck. That can't be right. I mean, that just can't. That's just wrong. But anyway, because it's 30. I feel like they've screwed that up. 13 cents average price over the last 30 days. Am I missing something? Because if you look at the LRC chart, over the last 30 days, it hasn't been anywhere near 13. So how can you get an average of 13? Either I'm missing something or they've just gotten their numbers wrong. But anyway, apparently there's an average purchase price of 13 cents. Or is it a different? No, I don't know. I really don't know. But anyway, but another whale dumped LRC at a price of 30. Yeah, now he's saying they dumped at 38 cents. So now they're switching. So maybe he meant 0, or she meant 0.31. 0.31 would make a lot more sense than 0.13. Let's see if anyone pointed this out in the comments. No. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Confirm with me in the comments. But anyway, another highly profitable whale dumped. Yeah, LRC is one that I like, and I put it in my thread. Let me get my thread up because I have good explanations. Where is my thread? Here we go. LRC is one I mentioned. Bang. As one to watch. Here. So it's a layer 2 designed for scaling and building decentralized crypto exchanges. They leverage ZK proofs to allow anyone to build a high throughput non-custodial DEX. Pretty cool project, actually. So basically, with my thesis being trading is but one of the strongest narratives over the next few years. Anything that leverages that potential upside is going to be a decent performer. And there's no way to say that necessarily anyone will choose to build on Loopring, but it's just cool to see them attacking the DEX narrative and also tying in ZK as well to help them scale. So I think it's a strong combination of trends. ZK, DEXs, definitely an interesting project to watch. And why did I just open my charts by accident? And the price action has been pretty strong. Interestingly, though, this is much more tradable than the last token we looked at, because we are now approaching, and I'll go into the daily to show you this a bit clearer. We're approaching resistance As you can see, it kind of looks like a cup and handle. We had the cup, bang, the handle, and then the push up. Now, we know with cup and handles, you need to break the horizontal range, right? And then that's when you get that big move to the upside. When I look at loop ring, and I want to get rid of these stupid squiggly lines I just drew because they're annoying. When you look at loop ring, you can see we're approaching that horizontal right now. It lies, if you can't read it, if you're watching on your phone, at 45 cents. So there's really two things that can happen here. I mean, as there is only ever two things that can happen with price action. Well, three technically if you count sideways, but it can go up or down. But since it's at such a crucial level, really you're looking at a rejection here and then a pullback and consolidation, or we break straight through and then we retest, and that then becomes your long to target that 52-cent range. Now, just a caveat, with all the trading right now, all of these levels I'm giving you, it is a Sunday. Sunday price action is not great because of lack of volume. So it is a little easier to get faked out right now. So I would much rather obey these levels on Monday US Open. So in 24 hours from now, I'm much more comfortable trading. Also, we have CPI on Tuesday. So there's a lot of volatility. So this isn't like the greatest time to be like leverage trading on alts. You can do it. I'm not going to tell you not to because it's your money. But I also want, like, I don't strongly condone it. Just given the fact it's a weekend, right? And usually it's better to trade on a Monday where there's more volume and also like post CPI. But you could catch a bit of a break here if CPI is positive in terms of the market's reaction, and then you're like in longs in the strongest narratives like ZK, then you'll do quite well. So the real way to protect yourself then is just to make sure you're like freaking diligent with your stops. Like bang, that's your stop loss. It's 41 cents. If you're long here, if it drops below, then you get stopped out. You only risk, and this is quite an aggressive stop, 7%. So you really could only use like 4x leverage max. On the smaller time frame, on the real shorter time frame, you would say, well, we just need to see how we react here because this will change. So like, let's say we do this, reject, come down, and then test like that, and then push through. Then your stop's here. Then that's like 2.5%. Much better. Kind of allows you to up the leverage a bit. Remember, leverage is a tool to manage risk. It's not a tool to take on extra risk. It's a risk management tool. It's not free money. It basically allows you to use less money in a trade, keep capital for other things, and expose yourself to the same upside. That is what leverage exists for, not like crazy reckless speculation and gambling. So yeah, if we do break above, huge for loop ring, could go to 52 cents. Let's watch those levels. It's got to make a crucial decision now. It's not what I'm aping into until we break and confirm. We also may very well get a pullback. If we do get a pullback, I'll show you the level I think it can pull back to. No. Sorry, I'm just trying to identify this on the charts. This level. So yeah, this is the level I think we pull back to. It's a very short pullback, 40 cents, and then we'll see. We'll see which way we break out of this range. That will largely determine how we trade this. But I am like in a narrative that's so strong relative to the rest of the market, in a trade that's very highly advocated and speculated on and just generally hot on Twitter and social media, you kind of at least mentally frame the upside as having higher potential than the downside just because of how hot it is. So I'm looking more at the upside here than the downside just because of how not hot the narrative is. So that's one of the reasons why. Okay, let's continue going through these coins in the ZK. So now you understand what I'm doing with what was it? Dusk, Mute. I've got to get into Mute and LRC as well. Where are my tabs? I've got so many tabs. Look how many freaking tabs I have. I can never find them. Give me my tab. There we go. ZZ. Never heard of it. Gonna skip it. XFT. Let's see. It rings a bell. I think this is another small cap. Off shift. If I don't know it, I won't talk. Like, I won't advocate for something I don't know. You can trade anything. But the problem is, like, if you don't know what it does, it becomes harder to trade. As I said earlier in the show, my TA is based on fundamentals, and then I use TA as a risk management tool. I'm not like a sole TA trader where I'll just chart any random token. Yeah, I don't know much about it. Look, I'll give you the ultimate cheat sheet right now. This is the ZK narrative cheat sheet. Screenshot, if you want a screenshot. This is all of them listed. Has their market caps, has their prices, all right? These are the ones that run first right, in the ZK narrative, these big ones. Matic, Immutable, Mina, Loopring, AZERO, Scale, Metis, Horizon, Syscoin, Seller Network, Dust Network. And then we'll see kind of a siphoning off into these lower caps. These big and mid caps still have room to run. These are my focus. I don't know much about these lower cap ones. Maybe it's something I look into off shift. That XFT one comes in a bit later as well. But I'm more focusing on these top ones, specifically this list. Let me get it up. This list, which is Mina, Dusk, Matic, Loopring, XFT, Immutable X, Mute, Seller, Syscoin, Metis. Metis is interesting. Let's look at Metis actually. That's Matic. Let's look at Metis because it hasn't run as much as some of these others. Yeah, look at this. Wow, this is like a great chart as well. Super strong horizontal level here that we actually flipped from resistance into support. Looks like we're going to come down and test, and also looks like a decent trade. This isn't a leverage trading zone. This is a spot long zone. Just want to be clear. Why is it a spot long zone and not a leverage trading zone? This wick's too far away for me. Like it's just, yeah, it's like 9% away. You can't leverage trade something that could fake out and then like do this and then like, you know, you can just get wrecked. So this is a spot coin for me. Metis is a spot long at 32 cents. Definitely think that's a decent pullback to buy. Hopefully that means continuation to the upside. That would be a fantastic thing to happen. Got to rely on Bitcoin and CPI. All of these coins are going to rely on Bitcoin and CPI. But we are, of course, identifying the strongest narratives in the market. We're not trading shitcoin narratives that just aren't hot and then relying on something to happen. We are trading the hot narratives. But look at this. Super, super impressive breakout here. The last extension took us to $49. Let's say we do go from range low to range high. That's another 51%. Potentially huge gains on Metis here as a ZK-driven narrative that could run. So definitely look at that horizontal at $33. That's a key level. And I want to just explain what it is for people that don't know. Because, of course, good to get an idea of fundamentals before trading anything. I didn't put it in my damn thread. There was something super interesting that came out about Metis. Hold on. This is in a DM, so I'm just going to cover my DMs up while I search for it. Let's searching. I had a really good DM from someone. Here we go. So I did the tweet. I did my original thread, and Metis said, "You're missing one. Stay tuned." And there's speculation that they have an Aave update soon, and they're going to be adding ZK. So that is an interesting proposition. Let's see what the talk is. Metis ZK community. It is like in this narrative does utilize rollups. Mina Metis. See if there's anything decent. Seems Metis is the only one not responding to the hype yet. You know what to do, Anon. Yeah, I'd agree. Hasn't really run. When we get this pullback, $32, $33 actually. I would agree with you. It's just fun. Let's just go through Twitter and see what people are saying. Metastyle layer 2. Ethereum is fastest, most advanced layer 2. ZK optimism, hybrid, intimate. Okay, so it looks like they've got a ZK optimistic rollup integration soon. Because it didn't start as a ZK rollup, right? But a lot of these projects, they add them. Ethereum, Meta, Smart L2, optimistic. So they're going to have an optimistic rollup, ZK rollup with ZK computation on top. Metis tech top notch when it comes. Fuck, I'm so angry about Metis. I'll tell you why I'm angry about it. Because when it was at $16, $17 at the lows, maybe a bit above when it first started to tick up here, I said, guys, I'm seeing Metis hype. I think we should get in. I said it to my research group. Sorry, I didn't say it on stream to you guys. I said it to my research group. I'm like, guys, we should buy Metis. And I didn't buy it. It was just one of those lazy trades where like you identify something, but you don't act. Kind of one of those lazy things where I just didn't buy it. And then I just saw it run up. I saw it like double to $32. And I was just annoyed because I did the hard work, saw it trending, saw the metrics were ticking up, knew ZK was going to be hot. I didn't get in, but hopefully we get another chance on that pullback. Chaos is saying Dusk lists on Mexi in 8 minutes. Yeah, I wouldn't touch it just because of. I mean, when you get listings, that's a big kind of buy the rumor, sell the news thing potentially building. Someone wants Mina. Okay, let's look at Mina. That's obviously another ZK one that's strong. Pooh. Look at this. Yeah, broke straight out of my levels. Broke straight out of my range. And pushed the upside. Blew to the upside. I think I had a bag. I think I bought some of this. I can't remember. I think I did maybe trade this. I got to check my wallets. I'm a bit all over the place with my wallet management. But I think I do have some Mina, which I got at a fairly good price. So I'm happy about that. But yeah, it's not really tradable. Let's go into the daily and look at like what levels we're looking at here. Yeah, fucking strong resistance, right? But strong resistance isn't like a reason to go, oh my god, no. Because oftentimes what happens with strong resistance is it can flip it. So I would look for 4 hourly, but possibly even like a daily break above for Mina to look at real upside. Next upside is coming in at, don't have the greatest data on this chart. Somewhere like $1.60. So something that could potentially happen is the break like that. Looking at some upside to $1.60. That could be something we're looking at, but let's just keep our eye on this. It is approaching resistance. You don't really want to trade it. Mina's good. Yeah, I agree. Mina's front running a lot of this ZK stuff. Look at Canto. So not really in the theme of the context of the conversation on the ZK stuff, but I'll look at it for you. And I don't want to look. I got the wrong chart up. I want to look at. I guess we can look at Big Gap. Is this all the history we have for Canto? Damn, it's one of those coins. Fuck, I hate coins like this. I love history on charts. It's really, really hard to trade coins with no history. And this is just... I'm not... All right, thoughts on Canto. I'm not the biggest fan of Canto. We saw the hype on Banter. I can't take credit for calling this, but I can give Rand credit for calling this at 10 cents. He shared it on the show 2 weeks ago. He said, I'm buying Canto. He really likes Canto. But personally, I mean, he liked it then. I don't necessarily know if he likes it now. In fact, last research call, I think he said something about him not being that impressed with it. I don't know. I'm speaking for him, but that's kind of where we left off on Canto. And then I did some looking into it, and I wasn't super blown away. It kind of just looked like every other L1. And buying into inflated prices. Okay, so really, you're not going to long-term spot buy this because you don't long-term spot buy things that pump. You long-term spot buy things in this zone. Sure, accumulation zones. You certainly don't spot long-term long things after huge pumps, right? In general. So do we trade this in the short term? I just think there's better narratives. And I also think like Canto holders have paper hands. Why do they have paper hands? Well, every time we get a damn dump, these guys sell. The amount of sell pressure is crazy. Like, maybe it's because they're up so much, right? So they want to take profits. But yeah, this thing dumps pretty aggressively. Like a decent 40% correction. That's huge. So yeah, in the short term, yeah, you can draw your lines. You can make an argument for like something like this, and then some sort of trade up to all-time highs. But not super interested in Canto. By the way, your sister not yelling at you and telling you to keep the noise down. They're away, so they're at my holiday house, and we came to an agreement to kind of go easy on me on Sunday nights because it is late. It's like 1 a.m. by the way, guys. But and like my room's pretty noise proof now. We've got the curtains here and like soundproofing and shit. But I do yell. I actually yell when I stream. Might not sound like it to you guys just listening at home, but like for the rest of the household, I yell a lot. But yeah, when I'm visiting family, I like living with family. Obviously when I travel, I usually get my own apartment. Probably gonna head to Dubai for some point this year, rent an apartment there. But I like living with them here, to be honest. I wouldn't necessarily want to move out. I'm still pretty young. I'm only 22. As well, and I do a lot of traveling, so yeah, I like having this as my home base, but I do have to be cognizant of noise. But yeah, they kind of gave me license to be loud, and they're away now. So classless outfit. You talking about this? My white shirt? It's just a white shirt. I'm a classy guy. What about router protocol? Scallop. Router, then scallop. I've heard of route or root. I've heard of it. I mean, I just don't know much about it. I can look into it quickly. I don't know that much about it. Future of cross-chain. Ooh, I love the word cross-chain. It's a buzzword. Infrastructure layer enabling communication between blockchains. Fund transfers, asset swaps. Sounds like layer 0 to me. How does it work? How does it work? I'm really interested now, actually, how this works. Architecture. This will be so techie. And I'm not a dev, but I can do my best at trying to understand this. But architecture white papers are really techie. Router creates a mesh network where all chains are connected to each other at the same set of router nodes. Nodes can listen to router transactions. It's got nodes, different chains plug in. Bridge contracts. Every chain supported by router has a bridge deployed onto it. It's okay. It's like a network of bridges. To understand router protocols and mechanisms across chain, the utility focuses on specific use cases for bridging assets across layer 1 and layer 2 networks. Okay, so it's not layer 0, but it is like a cross-chain bridge, and it has architecture that stacks chains. So I like it. I do like it. It sounds cool, actually. But what are the tokenomics like? I think layer 0 might end up winning the race, but who knows? Like, THORChain could win this race. There's a lot of different like interoperability players which are vying for that spot. All right, tokenomics. Holders of the token able to use the tokens to take part in governance, small cross-chain transaction fees, 50% concessions. Root token users for routers. Okay, so they earn money off fees. Makes sense. Is there a vesting schedule somewhere? Because currently half the supply is unlocked. Unlocks calendar. I don't have a subscription right now, but that is the best website for unlocks. Usually, like maybe it's on Masari. Sorry, CoinGecko needs to update their data more because CoinGecko has the tokenomics section, but they never update it. So it's only like on the big protocols. Router. No, I can't. None of this is clickable. It just explains how it works. Bridge architecture. Background. I'm not a huge bridge bull. So they use bridging contracts to facilitate swaps. I'm learning on the go with you guys here. I'm sad to see 80 people just left as we're learning about a new protocol. Like we're learning about stuff here, guys. This is the point of this show. I can't just give calls for 3 hours straight. People are dropping off. They're not interested in learning. Wow. No attention span these days, guys. High interest back to that. Yeah, we'll look into it. I'm learning on the go because I don't know much about this. Okay, tokenomics. Foundation has Team and Foundation have a lot of tokens. Relatively big community fund though. Transfer value. Okay. Give me these. Give me the dilution. Give me the unlock schedule. I want the unlock schedule. Okay, so they've outlined it, but I don't have a schedule. So we're going to need to mentally map this. Linearly for 9 months, linearly for 9 months, linearly for 9 months. Okay, it's already been 9 months. 3 years, 48 months for the team tokens, 5 years for the ecosystem fund, quarterly for 12 months for liquidity. That's a tiny percentage though. 18-month cliff, which is, I would say, coming to an end. Vesting for 39 months, 10% day, 10% quarterly. Okay. I would say it's okay. Yeah, I would love a visual representation. If someone can find it, send it into my Twitter DMs. I'll have a look at it and bring it up on the stream. But I would say it's okay. I wouldn't say it's blowing me away in terms of like tokenomics. But yes, that's not a completely terrible. I love how CoinGecko got broken links. It's not completely terrible. It's not a terrible schedule. Why is Tornado Cash pumping? Great question, because Tornado Cash is relaunching. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Relaunching. Now, look, I don't know if we ape in. They're still sanctioned in certain countries, but it was a damn good protocol while it lasted, and it would be awesome to see this recover. So let's look at what the buzz is around Torn on Twitter, and let's get into CPI later. Talk about next week. Let's see what the buzz is here. Definity, thank you for the donation as well. I would read out this tweet, but I'll have to avoid saying the first word. Pumping Torn on a Sunday afternoon because it's low cap. You all need to go to jail. Okay. But there's a lot of stupid stuff on Twitter. You got to filter through the good and the bad here. Torn relaunch. I don't actually know what's happening. Maybe Tornado Cash has done an article about this. Tornado Cash. But I know they're relaunching. That's what I know. I just want to get specifics on... Do they have a Twitter? Yes. Doesn't look like they've updated their Twitter. Medium. Let's see if they have a Medium. Yeah, they're not updating us, but I believe they are. I believe they're relaunching. Let's see if I can access the app. After the OFAC sanctions, most RPC endpoints have censored deposits. Make sure your wallet's manually configured to a working endpoint. Oh, look, I don't know. It's really hard to trade this. I don't have enough information, and it has pumped, so probably give it a miss. But yeah, keep your eye on it. Keep your eye on it, because it's only a $15 million market cap project. At one point, this was a $100 million project. And even like end of last year before OFAC, it was 45 mil. Happy Super Bowl Sunday to everyone in the US. That's super exciting. Who do you guys have? This is the first one. This is the first poll, Josh. Who do you have in the Super Bowl? Do you have the Eagles or the Chiefs? They're the teams, right? Sorry, I'm in Australia. I'm not a huge NFL fan, but yes, I got it right. Eagles versus Chiefs. I'd imagine I'd be like cancelled if I got that wrong. Yeah, that's the first poll. Let's do a poll. Eagles or Chiefs? I only know like 2 players in the Super Bowl, like Mahomes. Like I'm actually gonna watch it tomorrow. It's good fun. I'll probably catch up with some of my friends. Maybe have a drink. Maybe it's in the middle of the day for us though, so we'll see. And then yeah, it'll just be fun. A lot of my friends are super into NFL. But yeah, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll right now. Let's see who you've got in the Super Bowl. Who do you want to win? You can vote now in the poll and let me know who you think is going to win. I think the Eagles are heavy favorites, so I'm going to say the Eagles. But yeah, also some of my friends are Eagles fans, so I'm probably going to go for the Eagles personally. But let's see if you go for the Chiefs. Joseph, thank you. I appreciate it. My aim with these Sunday streams is to like just hop on with you guys for a few hours, chat shit, also learn. chart stuff you want me to chart, look into areas you want me to look at, research tokens live so you can see my research process, and maybe find some small caps. And I do have some amazing small caps at the end I'm going to reveal. But we're only 2 hours in, and this might be a 4-hour stream. So I'm not going to give away all my my candy, all my secrets right away. There's some good stuff planned throughout the show to keep it entertaining throughout. So don't you worry about that. But yeah, we've covered a lot of stuff. We've got my levels on a lot of ZK tokens now. We still have to go through Fantom. We still have to go through AI. We still have to go through the small cap section. There's a lot. Someone said X7's finance. We looked at this on last week's show, and that was interesting. I can't see the poll, Josh. I can't see it on I can't see it on StreamYard. Can you look at it on StreamYard? I want to see who. I'm assuming Eagles are winning, but I can't view it. I have to be on YouTube. Okay, let me get on my phone then. I'll join the stream live from my phone and I'll have a look. I also offered Sheldon, I think Rand's away, but I offered Sheldon, Kyle, and Hustle a chance to join the stream. So like maybe they come on at some point. Let's see what they want to do. My AirPods are connecting to my phone. I'm going to turn off Bluetooth there. It's going to screw up my connection to my microphone. All right, there we go. All right, let's check the poll results on... I'm talking on my phone. That's super annoying. Let's check the poll results. There I can see it. All right, I'm going to vote for Eagles. Eagles 55, Eagles 56, Chiefs 44. There you go. 49. Okay, so you guys largely agree with me. We think Eagles are going to win. Fair amount of people voting for the Chiefs though. And also smash that like button on the damn show if you haven't already. Let YouTube know we're live, because I don't usually go live at this time. It's a new thing, these Sunday shows. So let people know we're live. And yeah. All right, let's get into answering some of your questions, then we'll get into the next narrative. I think the next topic I want to jump into is AI. All right, let's go into AI. Let's go into AI next. Before we get into AI, I just want to remind you of two things. Then we'll get into AI. First thing is, if you missed the start of the show, there was a reminder that the BitGet Rolex, which is this Submariner, and the Bybit Rolex, which is this blue sub, are still available for another 2 weeks. We're running this giveaway. So if you want a chance to win a watch, sign up to either BitGet or Bybit using the link in the description and open one trade. Every trade is an entry. 100 trades, 100 entries. There you go. I'm assuming most of you already have accounts by now. I know we've been dragging this giveaway out for a while. It is going to happen on the main show, hopefully very soon. So if you haven't done it yet, get involved, open a trade, open 10 trades, get 10 entries. Also, you got to be in the Discord as well. So links in the description to that. There's also a $30,000 sign-up bonus on Bybit, $8,000 sign-up bonus on BitGet as well. But if you've already signed up to those exchanges and you still want to have some fun and potentially win a prize, OKX is giving up to $10,000 in a mystery box. So if you sign up for an OKX account, deposit $50, you get to open a mystery box. You don't even need to trade to open a mystery box. All you need to do is sign up and deposit. Open a mystery box up to potentially $10,000. So there's a link in the description to OKX as well, just as a reminder. Now, let's absolutely love the look of the watch. I know, it's so nice. I actually have a Rolex. I'll show you the Rolex I have. I've got a Rolex 41 2021 date just two-tone. This is the Rolex I have. But I way prefer the sub. So if anyone wins this sub, if you guys win this comp and you want to switch watches with me, I'm happy to switch it. This is my watch. This one here. I like it. It's cool. I like it. I don't know. I like the gold. I don't have the one with the diamonds. I think that's a bit too much. I just have the Jubilee. So yeah, I don't know. I like my watch, but that is cooler. And if anyone wins this and wants to swap, I'll happily swap with you. Although I think this is 25K. I think mine's 20K. So what's it selling for? That's Australian dollars though. 30K Aussie, 29 Aussie. So like 21 US or something. So technically a bit less, but still, the blue's nicer. You prefer the blue? Yeah. I would maybe agree. Although as like a watch fan, and I've started to collect luxury watches, just adding to my investment portfolio. As a watch fan, I think you gotta have both. I think if you're a Rolex owner, you gotta have a nice sports watch. So you got the Daytona, you got the subs. There's like some other watches as well. Those are like the main ones. And then you've got to have like a more dressy watch, I think, to like different occasions. So then you might look at a date just, or potentially a day date, like a presidential day date, or something like for a more special occasion. Going out to dinner. Like I usually wear this out to dinner, to a nice like lunch or something. This is like more, I think it's maybe more everyday, more sporty. So yeah, yes, you can for the OKX mystery box. You can deposit $50 of anything. So you can deposit $50 of Ethereum, any coin. Yeah, but do look at the terms and conditions though. I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to mislead anyone. There are a couple steps, like you got to do like level 1 KYC, I think, which is like email verification. So make sure you do read the terms and conditions, of course, on their website. But I do believe it's you don't need to trade. It's $50 deposit. If you have any issues with that, look through the terms and conditions, make sure you followed them, and then of course you can reach out to me and I can contact OKX. Worst case. So yeah, that's the Rolex stuff. Can we deposit Hex as well? Let me check for you right now. I'll go into OKX. And I'll go up, and by the way, it's a freaking great exchange to trade on. It's beautiful. It's actually really, really good. Hex. You have to deposit Hex. Can't deposit Hex. I'm sorry. You can deposit like every other token though. BTC, ETH, like what else? Like Matic, Doge, like even like Leash Killer, like all this crazy stuff. I wonder if Loop rings on, Mina's on. Is Dusk on? Dusk isn't on. AI Coin's on. Ocean isn't on. Is Fed on? Fed's not on. All right, so it doesn't have some small caps, but that's spot. That's not trading pairs. But it's got most tokens. It's got AVAX, it's got Solana, it's got Arweave. No, it doesn't have Arweave. Got the graph. There you go. FXS, does it have FXS? No. Curve? It does have Curve. All right, so you can deposit most. Sorry about your Hex though, bro. We get into AI now. Should we get into AI? I think we should get into AI. AI will move again, accumulation at present. I tend to roughly agree with your thesis, but I'm going to get into this. My full AI thesis. I've done many shows on AI last week. I gave you my plans. A lot of those levels we're currently at now. It's decision time for a lot of these tokens. So yeah, let's talk about AI. Someone just quickly said Patek has better movements. 100%. I love the Nautilus. I know it's a bit of like a, maybe a bit overhyped. A lot of people have not, like a lot of the rappers now, rocking Pateks, but I just love the Nautilus. And yeah, Pateks are generally better than Rolexes, but they're also generally more expensive. Like a Nautilus is $75,000, bro. 100K in Australia, like more. So like, I'd rather drop 100K on Ethereum than I can buy 70 Ethereum. Would I rather 70 Ethereum or one Patek? Probably 70 Ethereum. Because then I can make $1 million if Ethereum 10x's, and then I could buy 10 Pateks. That's kind of my thesis. But I guess it's all just relative, right? If you've got $1 million, then, you might be able to justify a $100,000 watch. Probably not. To justify a Patek, you'd need like many millions. For me, property, real estate comes before watches. For me, like a watch like a Patek, yeah, you could have a couple properties, big crypto portfolio, maybe like some equities. I actually have more equities than crypto, which is, some people think that's crazy. That's just how it is. I was an equities trader before crypto. And yeah, then you can look at watches. But I actually believe, especially as a young person, buying a luxury watch is a great investment. And I would highly recommend it, but I wouldn't jump straight to a Patek. I'd probably buy a Rolex or a cheaper Patek, because you probably just won't have the... Are you trying to speak, Josh? Or is this your other? You're muted if you want to unmute. But yeah, I wouldn't jump straight into a Patek. I'd jump into a cheaper one because, a few benefits before we get into the AI stuff. One, it kind of just gives you like confidence, and two, they rarely go down. They're usually a pretty good long-term investment. And three, it's kind of a status thing. I feel like it does help, at least subconsciously, with networking, or at least like you're a bit more confident. And it kind of gets you in that club, for lack of a better word, to kind of, it's a bit of a status thing, but I think it generally does help, at least with like self-presentation. So I think any young person that has the money, I think buying a luxury watch is a decent investment. And yeah, I'll look to get some more watches, but focus on crypto first. Because next bull run, I'd rather make my money in crypto and then I'd rather buy 10 Pateks. But let's get into AI, because you might be able to buy a Patek if you play this AI run right. Let's talk about it. All right. Well, we got to start with a quick recap. Now, I know most of you guys watch my shows, so you've been well aware of how I've been positioning myself in AI. If you haven't, you can go back and watch them. Been talking about this narrative since last year. I live stream every day, by the way, at like 7 p.m. EST. So if you wanna check me out during the week, that's when you can do it. Basically, AI ran because of one thing, one primary catalyst, and that's ChatGPT. I think for the first time in a long time, people realized that AI was a lot closer than they thought to being a technology that can genuinely disrupt industries, make supply chains more efficient, help general people in their daily lives, and also help companies scale their products. So ChatGPT, being the fastest application in history to hit 1 million users, quicker than Instagram and Facebook, started to grab the attention of not just retail, but big top 100 tech companies in the US. And obviously off the back of that, Microsoft being a primary investor in ChatGPT's original development through OpenAI, invested again. They invested plotted to invest another 10 billion. 10 billion. 10 billion is a fuck ton of money in OpenAI. And off the back of that, there was a massive AI rally in crypto, because crypto just ran off the narrative, kind of like the gaming narrative ran off the back of Facebook and more recently Amazon. And then Google invested. They put in 500 million, not quite the 10 bill Microsoft did, but that was an initial investment. Who knows what they plan to invest? They made their own competitor that they're announcing. They may have announced it on Friday. If I didn't miss that, they're announcing it this week. So we are now seeing big companies get into this AI boom. But how does this relate to crypto? Well, it doesn't. In many ways, the current crypto AI tokens we have are not even proxy, they're pseudo AI tokens. And what I mean by pseudo AI is they're kind of pretending to be AI, but some of them aren't really AI. Or some of them are calling themselves AI because it's a very easy way to get interest in your project. Like I've seen projects just slap AI into their white papers in the past week, and they're not really AI. They're just piggybacking, and they want to get that search volume. And it's a smart marketing tactic, but we can't let marketing tactics blind the reality. And the reality is a lot of these projects aren't true AI protocols. And what is or isn't AI can be easily changed. Like if I'm the founder of Solana, I can add AI into my roadmap, and suddenly I'm an AI project. Like I can just say like I'm developing an AI like side chain, and yeah, you could develop an AI side chain, like some chain that uses like algo trading or something, and technically be an AI project and slap the label on. So yeah, okay, in that sense, it doesn't have fundamentals, this recent rally. But the thing is with crypto is, since we're in such a narrative-based climate, since we're in such a since Bitcoin has firstly exhibited positive price action, and anything with a reasonable amount of strength has significantly outperformed, short term there are opportunities in these narratives. And short term isn't necessarily a week or 2 weeks. It can be 2 or 3 months. And this is the thing with AI. It is getting significant retail interest right now. And it kind of reminds me of the gaming run of 2021. And it kind of reminds me of the meme coin run of 2021, where there's a little bit of hype, and it grows and it grows and it grows until eventually it explodes. Even though like just as many games last gaming run didn't have products, many AI products don't have AI products. So any investment here long term is dumb. And what I mean by long term is like 3 to 5 years. I think that's a bit, maybe it's not dumb. Like GRT. So there's exceptions. GRT, Rose, FET. Like some of these actually are pretty decent. But if you're investing for the next 3 years in random AI projects because they have the word AI, that's dumb. That's what I meant by that. You have to be very selective about what you pick. But in the short term, these things clearly have relative strengths. And you look at Bitcoin and you go, okay, look, we may break down, and then we may have invalidations. You should have stop losses for every project. that you're trading with a short-term time horizon on. But if Bitcoin can somehow manage to exhibit bullish momentum and can manage to continue its bullish uptrend, then the strongest narratives like AI can continue to perform. So it'd be dumb of us to not position ourselves in some AI if you haven't already, because it's just something that can expose yourself to upside, right? It's just a trade. At the end of the day, they're all trades. Now, I did in those previous 2 videos or 3 AI videos I did last week, give you like some projects I'm looking at. Firstly, let's look at FET, because FET is a market leader alongside Ocean. You've also got the graph, but the graph's really an indexing protocol. I don't even really know why they're calling it AI, because in many ways it's not really AI. But I guess if you want to call it AI, then you can. But something like a FET, look, we're now consolidating, and this is good. This is really good. Like from a bullish perspective, this isn't. Look, it's good that we didn't break down. So what isn't good is the fact we haven't reclaimed again. That's not good. When I say it's good, is the fact that we did have our swing lows here. We redefined a tighter range, and we started to coil up again. Now, this could indicate one of 2 things. Usually when things coil up, they tend to get explosive. If Bitcoin lines up for a continued pump to its next resistance, which is 22.3, then we could see this breakout. And the breakout would be a push back up to the 47-cent region. Joby, thanks for joining. You join basically every day. You're like one of the most loyal members of this community. There's a few that I can think of. Your top 5, bro. So thank you so much for being part of the fam. You're here every day. You're commenting every day. I really, 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 really appreciate it. And yeah, I just appreciate it. And look, if we ever do some sort of giveaway, you're at the top of my mental list of someone that I'd reward for sure, bro. And I know you don't do it for a financial reward, but at some point, we will give back, or maybe we launch an NFT, or I launch a project and I give the most loyal fans an IDO allocation. I'm just spitballing here, like I'm thinking of random ideas, but when we do that, you're at the top of my list. And the other ones that join every day, you know who you are as well. Chaos, Luke, like there's a few that join every single day, and there's more as well. I can't list them all right now, but I do see you guys, the loyal ones that join. Even when my shows were getting 300 live viewers, obviously recently they've exploded and the interest has gone up in my content in general. But when I first started and I didn't have viewers, you guys were the loyal ones, still watching even during those really boring and brutal market times when at the end of the last year. And this market's so cyclical. But yeah, back to Fetch. I would love to see a bounce. Now, I wouldn't long or short anything until we break. So we're going to need to define which way it wants to break. If Bitcoin pulls back to its support here at 21.5, then yeah, likely we do get that break of trend. But the same goes to the upside push to 22.3. We likely get FET breaking back up towards that 47-cent mark. So whatever way this trades, we can trade it. Much more interested in longing than shorting. Like look, shorting AI is just a slippery slope. Sultan, thank you for joining. Sultan in the house. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that's like, look, it's just been so bullish for so long. Like, can you really short this? It's like really dangerous to freaking short this. I think you've got like a few options. You can like, okay, if you're positioned in spot, you can take profits. But I know a lot of you aren't. So then you've got 2 choices. You can long or short. You can't really short. It's too bullish to short. It's also too unpredictable to short because it's news driven. So when you have a narrative where like Microsoft can come out and pump the price, and then Google can come out and pump the price, what if Amazon comes out or Apple like this can, or Elon tweets, like there can be another news-based catalyst which pumps the price. You can't short something that runs on news. You just can't. And look, I see a few traders doing it. Good on you. I think Trader XO and SZ hit some great shorts on this, and well done to them. It just isn't really in my thinking. It's just not how I personally play things. So for me, I'm hoping these catch a break to the upside, because they definitely have relative strength. A lot of these tokens. Let's look at some other AI tokens as well. Let's go to Ocean next. Ocean, kind of getting rejected once again. Not the greatest risk reward short, but yeah, would need to break that level. Ocean looks a lot stronger than the others, by the way. Ali, bounced off the bottom of its range. That is for me, the long zone's here, and then stop loss underneath in this zone. So that's what I look at for Ali. And I'm only really looking at long scenarios because I just explained my logic. But of course, you want to set the stop under the previous lows. ADGIX is looking like shaky. Why is ADGIX looking shaky? Because we saw this huge run up, very explosive, but it didn't really set resistance and support levels. And like historically, there's not that much great data. Like it's really just launched with some crazy wick. So there's no real historical data to tell us like what happens in this zone from 17 cents to 43 cents. So when there's no data, for me, it's like, fuck. If you break, you can go down pretty quick, and I don't necessarily know where the support will be. I could make an argument, look, maybe we get support at one of these previous flags. Maybe we get support back at this previous wick. But like, I'm completely guessing. Like, it's just really shit TA. It's a complete guess. So for me, it's like, all right, if we come down here, we can go quick to the downside. So I wouldn't long ADGIX just because I don't know how it's going to react. And it's run quite a lot. But if it does consolidate, so, okay, sure, we might break down and then come back up. But if we do break back in and confirm above on the 4-hourly, then great. That's a decent long zone because then we can look at upside again, all right? So just watch play the long on the break, the confirmation, then you can long it. But I wouldn't play the short. I wouldn't play the short game here. I mean, you can actually short. If it bounces, rejects, you can short. It's just... Yeah, I've told you guys why I don't short. Why I don't short AI coins. So it's late. My brain's going back and forth. Because I want to ask you if he backs liquid staking. Yeah, we talked about it earlier, bro. So if you want to go watch the liquid staking section. Actually, no, I did an amazing show, a great edited show yesterday on this. I'll tell you what it is. Crypto Banter YouTube. Let me just get this up. Let's leave. Let me just show you the show so you know what it is. It's under videos on Crypto Banter. It's this show. Huge altcoin catalyst kickstarted by the SEC. Basically, what I'm explaining is how the SEC may have accidentally kickstarted the LSD narrative. It's a 16-minute show. It tells you everything you need to know about the Shanghai upgrade, everything you need to know about the LSD narrative, or alternatively, I did answer a lot of questions on this earlier in the show. So if you guys enjoyed this edited content, I'm looking forward to doing more of it because like 16 minutes, I can give you guys alpha and it was really, really cool. Then the day before we had Gareth Soloway on the show to talk about his market outlook. That was a crazy show, maybe a little bit bearish, but still really, really good insight. So yeah. Alexandra says I should do more edits. Okay, definitely will. So I did the LSD narrative this week, and then last week I did, what was my show? It was the AI altcoin show, and basically, I mean, we saw a lot of them double since I uploaded that. AI is something I've been talking about for a while though, so no, I appreciate you guys that enjoyed that edited content. I think it was cool. So for AI, I still think I'm playing the bigger caps and the mid caps for now because they've pulled back and there may be opportunities to long. By the way, drop any AI coins in the comments now and I'll chart them because I don't want to move on without missing something. So yeah, I'm not in right now. I was in. I de-risked. You guys know I had stops. I've been saying for a while, like, we want to be getting stopped out of altcoins when Bitcoin breaks key trends, and we want to get back into altcoins if Bitcoin's exhibiting bullish momentum. It's pretty simple. Alts are following Bitcoin and ETH. That's how we're trading them. We don't get into narratives if Bitcoin's dumping. It's just dumb. And I think anyone that tries to tell you, and a lot of these Twitter guys will, that their narrative can just run because just for the sake of it, I think they're lying. Like, we are so reliant on the general market right now. You'd be stupid to suggest otherwise. But only give me AI coins right now, guys. Someone said Trias. I don't think that's an AI coin, technically. So only give me AI coins right now, and I will search them up. Is Trias? Are they called? No, they're not. It's not Trias. By the way, Trias. I just have memories, and I don't know if you guys were in the Banter fan back in the bull run, and I'm sure a lot of you were, but who remembers Trias? I remember Fred saying on the show, it's probably like early 2021, like, oh, KuCoin just listed Trias. I'm aping, bro. Lecker, bro. Trias, bro. And then they were all like buying 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫 on the show. It was so funny. That was back in the day, and I remember aping into that because back in the day, and this is a terrible way to trade, but back in the day, you know, bad to mention something on the show, you just ape, and the prices just rocket, and it was just crazy bull market vibes, or you know, I don't know what people would, and it was so stupid. We'd put, and I wasn't actually part of Banter at the time, but like Fred or something would put something on the tile, like a token on the tile, like Fantom, and Fantom would pump. Maybe not Fantom because the liquidity was too big, but maybe like 𝗔𝗘𝗃. I'm just giving an arbitrary example here. A random example. Like 𝗔𝗃𝗃 would be on the tile, and then 𝗔𝗃𝗃 would pump before the show even starts, just because it's on the tile. That's how degen the market was back then. And I'm glad it's not like that anymore, because that's just a great way to get wrecked. Just aping into influencers' calls just because they say something like, that's dumb. I think content creators serve a really good purpose of like giving perspective. Perspective's so important in crypto. Getting different ideas, learning off different creators, so important. And I love it. That's why I love doing my interview series. Gareth, I did Hasib, I did 𝗔𝗘𝗃𝗫. Hopefully we have more big guys in the future. 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫 as well. I interviewed. Perspective's so important, and I hope when you watch my shows, that gives you valuable perspective and gives you some really cool trading ideas. Maybe some of them you run with, and maybe some of them you don't, but you can learn. And that's what I think content creators are really, really good at, giving you like a really nice fundamental basis to learn something rather than just aping into calls. So yeah. Low-key trash talking Rand. I don't know if I am, but I'll just keep it real with you guys. If I agree with something Rand does, I'll say it. If I disagree, I'll disagree, as I hope he does the same with me. But generally, I don't think I did trash talk at all. What does ZK mean? And I have really nothing bad to say. What does ZK mean? ZK means, thank you, Mara. Don't even need to say it. Zero knowledge proof. It's an L2 scaling solution that is like probably the most groundbreaking technology. And Avachild said this on my interview last week. Probably the most groundbreaking technology we've seen in crypto in quite some time. Someone wants me to do Asto. Sorry, I asked for AI projects. You want me to chart them? Let's look at Asto. Asto, $44 million market cap. It's not on centralized exchanges, lads. Uh-oh. The liquidity looks thin here, guys. The liquidity looks thin. All right, here's a bit of a lesson for you. If the chart looks like this with all these gaps, and it's not on any centralized exchanges, what you want to do is really disregard. I mean, you can chart it roughly. So do some rough charting. Maybe put in some rough levels like that. Just get some rough levels going, and let's see if there's any historical levels. Like let's just put in some real rough levels of like previous wicks, because this chart looks freaking awful. What you do is you look at the other AI tokens, right? So you look at FET, okay? You look at Ocean, okay? You look at Ali, you look at Agix, you look at the graph, look at the big boys, and then if they're all performing well at a level you're comfortable buying at, then you can look to rotate into something like this. But the problem is, like, you can't chart this because of the liquidity constraints, right? You want to look at the other shit and then constitute your thesis based on how price action on the bigger tokens are doing. Someone said DMTR has 100 to 1000x potential. That's a big call. Let's have a look at it. It's not an AI coin, is it? DMTR. Dimitra. All right. Jesper, in the comments right now, give me 3 reasons, and I know the comments are limited in space, but give me 3 reasons, 3 dot points, why it has 1000x potential. Just do dot points, and then I'll listen to your reasons. Just 3 quick ones, dot points, why you like it, and I'll tell you what I think based on first glance. But remember, this is a first glance review, so I'm not like a project expert unless I like speak to the team and look in the Discord and all this shit. But let's get an idea for what this is. Data-driven farming, increase yield, reduce cost, mitigate risks. Every small holder farmer should be able to benefit from useful technology. This is farmers. Super interesting. I know nothing about the farming industry or agriculture. Okay, so it's a global ag tech, so agricultural technology company with a mission to help small holders and farmers across the world. Dimitra works with the governments government agencies, NGOs, and for-profit organizations. The 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫 platform is built on blockchain and incorporates mobile tech, machine learning, IoT, so Internet of Things devices. Okay. Applications. This is so niche. This is like maybe too niche for me. But anyway, I'll keep looking through it. Connected Farmer app, expanding on the successful launch of our web and mobile platform. So they have an app, a decentralized app to farming technology. Oh, you guys can't hear this. Well, I don't even know if you need to. Let's see what they're saying. Worldwide empowering each user with cutting-edge technology and services. We generate value. Jesper's reason is he's invested. Yeah, but bag shilling's allowed on this show because I'm giving you objective reviews. So feel free to shill your own bags. Feel free. This is the show where we research stuff, and I'm happy to look at new projects. This is the whole point of the show. I'm seeing people enter their comments. I'm gonna get to these comments. Not all of them, but I'll get to as many as I can. This is, I don't know what to tell you, because this is just so like out of my like you know what? I like investing in what I know. Since I have such a lack of understanding about farming and agriculture, I can't tell you whether this is good or bad, Jesper, just because I don't understand the use case. And for me, like even before I look at tokenomics, even before I look at market caps or schedules or like Twitter hype or anything, social metrics, TVL. No, I need to fundamentally understand the use case of a token now. Like I understand why DEXs, what doesn't make a good DEX. I understand why they're going to be needed in the future. I understand L1s and I understand the pain points with L1s and the L1s that solve those pain points. I understand why they're going to be huge. I get crypto gaming. I get interoperability. Like there's certain narratives which just click because they make sense. Now, I'm not saying this can't work, but it doesn't make sense because I don't understand it. And that's okay. I just have to accept that I'm not a farmer expert and I have to stick with what I know. One of the reasons why I bought Apple stock in 2019 is because I had every Apple product under the sun. I had the phone, I had the laptop. I'm on the Mac Studio right now. I'm like, I'm just a Mac guy. I just have the Apple Watch. And since I was so familiar with Apple and I understood the product so well because I was the target market for that product, I invested quite heavily in it. And I understood the business model. I've been like a huge Apple fanboy for a long time. They piss me off a bit now because I've had issues with some of their products lately. Just separate conversation for a separate time. But the fact I understood it led it to being probably my top performing dollar investment to this day. I hit a 4x. I bought it at $1.50. Now it's $1.50. Wait, you guys might be thinking, that's not a 4x, but they did a 4x stock split. So I have 4 times the amount of tokens I have now at the same price as I bought them for. So at 4x. If they were still trading at the same multiple before the stock split, the tokens would be $600 per token. So I bought it like $120 actually, $120. I went to $600. That was my best trade. Why was it my best trade? Dollar wise, not percentage. Obviously, percentage wise, I've hit like 30x's, 40x's in crypto. Like that, yeah, I've hit many huge crypto trades percentage wise. But dollar wise, Apple was the biggest because I went in with big money into something I understood. Yeah, I went in with big cash. I'm sitting on a reasonable position. And it's my biggest holding of any asset, and I'll just hold it forever, or at least until I see something fundamentally wrong with the business. Now, there are some issues I have, but one of the reasons, and obviously this non-financial advice, please don't buy, please don't sell the Apple token. Not talking about the price at all here. I'm just talking to you about the stock in Ethereum, in terms of my experience with it. It was one of the best performers, and the reason why is because I understood it. That's a very roundabout way of me saying I don't understand farming, so I won't invest in something I don't understand. Miles, talk about ACH. Alchemy Pay. You guys have a real knack for shilling tokens I've never heard of before, but I love it. It's really cool. Sometimes you find great projects. Someone says Dot's running. Let's look at Dot. In fact, let me just get it up on the charts just so I remember. Yes, I'll get to Alchemy. Just so I remember. For after. Okay, yeah, I already know what I'm about to say here. But let's look at this first. Before we get into Polkadot. Polkadot's super interesting, by the way. For good reasons and bad reasons, and I'll get into that in a second. But first, Alchemy Pay. What is it? Bridging fiat and crypto global economies, driving crypto adoption by providing businesses with crypto acceptance, users with mainstream friendly access. So is it an on-ramp? Yeah, good guess. Okay, so they've got a payment app, and they seem to have a physical device like Square or like another payments company. Okay. What else do they have? Fiat payment rails. D2C crypto ramp. So what's the token for them? Incentivizing utility token. Transaction fees, network use, transaction costs. See, I'm not judging tokenomics here. I'm just judging purely on like fundamentals. Do we have a white paper here? Medium. Why don't they have a medium? Why is it assault lawyer? Why is their medium divorce stuff? What is this crap? I think it's just got the wrong link on CoinGecko. Guys. Let's have a look, see if there's like a medium or something. Oh, it's super small. Like, do you want to make the logos any smaller, guys? There we go. CoinGecko. What are you doing? Divorce articles. Look. Yeah. I don't have a use case for that right now. Hopefully I never have a use case for that, but certainly not yet. I'm only 23, guys. Come on. So, okay, earthquake relief efforts. It's pretty cool. NFT checkout. So it's like fiat on and off ramp. What's the difference between this and like a MoonPay or like a 𝗞𝗘𝗫? Let's check out two things. I don't want to spend too long on this, but let's check out their 2022 review, and then let's check out their roadmap, and let's talk about DOT and the DOT ecosystem. And this will include Polo, another one of the Twitch viewers, a discussion about Moonriver, because that does fall under DOT. Alchemy Pay. On-ramp, off-ramp, NFT checkouts. All right, I understand the use case perfectly. No questions there. Available via plugin and API. MasterCard, Visa payments. Okay, but why would you use this over a crypto wallet that has on and off ramps? You know what I mean? Like, I've never used this, so I'd need to use the product to get like an idea of like how it feels. But I feel like yeah, they work with Arbitrum, Polygon, VeChain. Well, they don't work with, they're deployed. They're trying to make it seem like some partnership. Anyone could build an Arbitrum. Hamachi Finance. What is NOK, by the way? How much did you actually... 20 NOK to USD. What is a NOK? $2. Oh, it's Norwegian. Oh, you're from Norway. I'm part Norwegian, I think. At least it's in my heritage. Oh, I know how to speak some Norwegian. How do I say it? Jeg snakker norsk. I also know how to say I'm eating a sandwich in Norwegian. Jeg spiser et smørbrød. I think that's how you say I'm eating a sandwich. Super random. I know, but those are my two Norwegian sentences I can speak. Yeah, I think I just prefer MoonPay to this. Yeah, I like MoonPay. MoonPay is cool. Mr. DeFi is checking in and watching. Impressive. Thank you. How do you say thank you again? Is it tuck? Tuck? Tuck. Yeah, tuck. There we go. I know how to say three things. I also know how to conjugate verbs. I'm a Norwegian expert, guys. I don't know. I just decided to like learn a bit of Norwegian. I also know some Swedish. I know like little sentences though. I can't say anything reasonable. What's happening? What's up, Joe? We were just talking about payments. So I looked through this project, which is Alchemy Pay. It doesn't blow my socks off at all, but I think MoonPay is cool. Let's talk about DOT. So look at this. The Electric Capital Developer Report. That's just crazy because DOT's one of these ecosystems, and Mr. DeFi, you're a DOT guy. Crimson in the house. What's up? That's like the most iconic banter catchphrase now. It's like just iconic. It's completely iconic. You guys all need to get catchphrases. You all need iconic catchphrases like Crimson. Sheldon has another iconic catchphrase. Sheldon Hughes. It's from Sheldon to Miles with love. That's or from Sheldon to Ran with love. That's another common one. That's another common one. So you all need catchphrases. I think get the fuck out of bed. Let's go. Yeah. You just woke up. Nice to join. So you're in the US then, because you must be, because US is now 9:45. Long live DeFi. Yeah, long live DeFi. So yeah, this was really interesting. The developer report. I talked about this with 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫, and what we saw was, despite probably Polkadot losing like a lot of traction, at least in price terms and at least in sentiment terms. In fact, I'll get the sentiment data as well on Lunar Crush. Like it's basically been dead since Parachains, right? Just because, like, freaking hell, Lunar Crush, fix your website. What's this glitchiness? Look, you click on it, it goes black. This is really not a good advertisement for you, Lunar Crush. Like, I'm sorry, I love your website usually, but wow, like what the frick? It just goes black. Seriously, you're not doing, like, this was your chance to get some free exposure and you blew it. There we go. And I need to log in to get all the data. Thanks, Lunar Crush. But you can see that DOT over a long period of time is, wow, of course, it locks me out of data without logging in. Freaking hell, Lunar Crush. Disappointing. I wanted to show you the trend, but basically I'll tell you the trend. Social interactions have been dying for a long time. It makes you log in, and there's no it makes you log in every time you go into Lunar Crush. And the problem is, even if you log in, they log you out. So there's no like you know how you can click the button on most websites, it's like remember my login. There's none of that. Every time you've got to log in again on damn Lunar Crush. It's annoying because it's the best social metrics website, but the UI leaves a lot to be desired. So Lunar Crush, I'm here if you want some advice on how to upgrade your UI. But let's talk about DOT. Anyway, interactions been dying for a while. Traction been kind of stagnating for a while. But interestingly, and this is super interesting, it's got the second most developers of any chain. I mean, DOT has 752 full-time devs and 2,015 total devs. And it's still a 93% increase on the 2 yearly dev numbers. So, I mean, it tells us a few things. It tells us that although users are maybe not as interested in the Polkadot ecosystem, developers really like it. And there's a few reasons why I think they like it. I think the security of the consensus is super strong. Tornado, yeah, I was looking at the pump before because they're relaunching some stuff. So I think the security of the network is one of the huge draw cards, as well as the ease of fund transferring. I guess interoperability is a better way to say that, between app chains, or not really app chains, but dApps deployed on parachains. Cosmos uses app chains. Is quite good. So, like, I think it's a nice ecosystem to build in, and I think the DOT guys have a strong case for why their tech's the best. Now, everyone's got their own case. Cosmos has their case. Solana has their case. Nia has their case. You know, Ethereum has their case one day. It's not there yet. Sorry, Ethereum. But, you know, there's a case for DOT. And I think that's why the devs are there. But interestingly, we haven't seen, XCM between parachains is cool. But I think the issue here is they haven't really focused on users. And for a long time, they put devs first and they haven't put users first. Now, of course, you need devs to create good dApps. Like that's how, the flow of funds works typically. But they never really got that user traction that you really need to build community. And it's a shame because they had a really strong community pre the parachain auctions, but they did a very bad job of harnessing it. And you compare DOT to some of its competitors like Solana, who through the NFT boom had a super, super, super strong run in terms of community and engagements. And Cosmos, look at the amount of quality dApps building on Cosmos. And off the back of that, look at how many great, look at the growth in users off the back of that. And I think there's a few that have struggled, like Nia struggled in that sense. DOT struggled in that sense. Cardano struggled in that sense. Cardano represents somewhere here in the top 10, yeah. Cardano has a strong community, but real on-chain adoption hasn't been great. Just due to the UI just not quite being there. The on-ramps aren't the best. The JS wallet's wasn't the best. It has improved, but it wasn't the best. And it's one of the reasons why DOT probably never got the traction it should have. Now I still think it can. I still think it can succeed. And actually, long-term DOT is one that I'm interested in accumulating. Now, it's not too far off lows, so you might be able to make an exception from a long-term perspective. I did mention earlier in the show that I wasn't like doing crazy long-term accumulation now, but DOT's not horrible. But I also think there's not a rush. You're probably going to see better prices long-term on DOT. But in terms of short-term, like yeah, we're approaching a pretty key level. I'll show you the level. If this represents on my daily chart, it doesn't because I haven't set it properly. But we'll just look at it on the 4-hourly. That's chill. We are attempting to break out of a pretty strong zone. So strong resistance here for DOT at 6.4. Maybe we break through and then look to push up to this 7.1 region. That could be a decent trade. DOT is like Nia in the sense that it hasn't run. It's actually very similar to Nia in many ways, maybe more than DOT or Nia fans would like to admit. But price action wise, it's very similar. And I think, if we get that expansive phase and a strong breakout, you're looking at $8. Got to rely on Bitcoin though. But it has done decent since its lows at the end of December. It has had a run up of, what is it now? Like 60%, 50%. I mean, but it's still way, way, way lagging other L1s. Way, 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 way lagging other L1s. So let's see what happens here. If we get the breakout, it's tradable. But yeah, just remember, as I said before, I know some of you probably missed it because you may have joined after, but trading pre-CPI on a Sunday is not great. There could be some very, very, very good trading opportunities tomorrow. So set up your charts, get your levels, and get ready. Start prepping. But I'm not going to go crazy on leverage trading now. Just because it's a Sunday, liquidity's thin, and yeah. .8 is still overvalued. That's why they're lagging. I mean, let's look at CoinGecko. So DOT's still sitting. I mean, DOT slipped a lot. DOT slipped a lot to 15th. And if we don't look at price, because dilution's going to affect price, it's almost fully diluted now. But historically, we can look at market cap for a better indicator here. $57 billion valuation. 57 billion with a B dollar valuation. Now it's at 8, was at 5 at the lows. Like, whoa, that pre-parachain hype was crazy. So DOT and Cardano are very, very similar in the sense that they're taking a slow approach. Solana came into the market, crashed and bashed. It failed many times. It centralized that to shut down the network. They made mistakes. The devs fucked up, but that was their approach. It was to just launch early, get to market as soon as possible, get users, and then fix problems along the way. Kind of like make mistakes, fix correct course along the way. That's Solana's strategy. Then you have something like a DOT, which is taking the strategy of let's go slow, let's launch slowly, let's try and get developers, let's, ease into this. And Cardano's even worse. Cardano's like freaking like a snail. It's so Cardano, like, guys, I mean, that's so ridiculously slow to develop. And they've kind of experienced this ill fate, at least in the short term, of like, okay, what now? Like, because, we're building this amazing tech, but we're not really getting users. And at the end of the day, crypto's all about users, and other ecosystems like Aptos have incentivized strong development communities. Fantom exploded in users, BNB as well. Like now Arbitrum and the L2s are, and they're all kind of gaining independent traction, and you're kind of getting things like DOT and ADA being left behind. Kusama, I just don't really understand Kusama. Like, sorry, I'm gonna sound like a noob when I say this, because everyone says this about Kusama, and it's probably the biggest cliche ever at this point. But why would I invest in a test net over the mainnet? If eventually all dApps are going to be deploying on DOT, and Kusama's the testnet version of DOT, why wouldn't I just wait for the app to deploy on DOT and invest in DOT? Now, okay, I'm kind of asking a rhetorical question because I understand the answer. I know what people are going to say. They're going to say testnet means that's where you get your first users. That's where you can kick off first mover advantage. That's where you get network effect, blah, blah, blah. But from a long-term perspective, it doesn't make that much sense. I just don't really understand it. Someone wants to look at ACH. I'm seeing being talked about. Oh, well, I already talked about that. Thank you very much, Josh. Have a good evening. Appreciate the driving of the show. We now have Paola in the house to take over. 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫. Did you meant to say KyberSwap? Oh my god. I can't believe there's a 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫 exists. I can't believe 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫 exists, guys. And by the way, I have some good alpha at the end of the show, so stick around. Stick around. Stick around. Okay, can I just... do you guys find this funny? How many dexes on Arbitrum are there going to be until enough's enough? Like, it seems like the formula to creating a 50x coin now is just launch on Arbitrum and launch a DEX. Like, I'm going to have a look at the UI though. If this is a perp DEX, I'm out. Okay, it's not. Phew. It's not a perp DEX. Speaking of perp DEXs, let's talk about VELA. That just came into my head. This was a damn project I called in a group chat. Not VELA. VELA. EXP. This is a project I called one of my group chats a couple of weeks ago before it pumped. And I really regret not getting in because I shilled it to my friends at $2 and I didn't even buy myself. But VELA's interesting. Still a bit of a differential, like 39 mil market cap. Fully diluted's big, but in the short term, people don't give a damn about fully diluted. So let's just, say market cap 40 mil. Got a bigger Discord than GMX, bigger community than GMX on social medias. I don't know how much of it's fake, but they do. And, still a 10x off market cap. Fully diluted's getting close. It's like 100% off, but VELA's interesting. I'm just kind of annoyed we've missed the run up when I called it. A common trend with my trading is I'm very, very good at calling projects and then not investing. Very, very good at it. Someone said his mover dead, and yeah, this kind of is off the back of my DOT conversation. I would say if you're allocating towards DOT long term, absolutely no worries putting some money into mover or some of these riskier coins. Just note that it is riskier, it is riskier. VADER. I remember VADER. VADER was really cool. They've made any changes. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm so out of the loop. Something must have happened because they were a cool project at one point. What happened here? Yeah, I was never invested in this, and I just remember this project. Oh, synths exchange. But did the devs rug or something? Because why is the market cap 300? Did the devs rug? I think so. I think they got rugged. After Luna, they went bye-bye. Did they not restart? Did they not restart? I know they were, or did they just rug? They didn't rug. Or did they? Redemptions. Oh, they did. Wait, they've tweeted like 3 times. Yeah, I was never invested in this. Sunsetting. So that's why the token went to 0. That's sad. Well, it's not really sad. I mean, well, I don't know. I don't have an opinion. Aleph0. Okay, let's chart AZERO. Firstly, AZERO is a great project. It's one I've wanted to buy for a long time. And, okay, AZERO has this crazy mechanism. Can I tell you what it is? It's got a $1 magnet. AZERO loves $1. And I don't know what it is, but like it has a magnet to this dollar region. Now, it very well means we may get a pullback back to the dollar region, but it just loves the I just remember when I don't know. I remember when it first struggled to break out. Like we had so many rejections off the dollar mark, right? And then when it broke out, a dollar's super strong support as well. It's like $1 for AZERO is like the strongest number ever. Long term, if you're buy at $1. Long term. Short term, this is obviously we've got to break above previous highs. What's the market? AZERO is a really good product. Privacy based, ZK. It's hitting all the boxes narrative wise. But as I said, long term wise, I'd much rather buy at $1. It is a stable coin. It's it's lost peg to the upside. It's lost peg to the upside. Okay, so thanks for buy, pretty good. Tokenomics, thanks CoinGecko once again for not having them. Masari is better. Oh yeah, we'll talk about Rose. I'll talk about Kada. I'll talk about all these projects. Rose fits into the discussion about ZK stuff. But so does AZERO kinda. So market cap 308, fully diluted's like 500. To be honest, that's not a bad valuation because if we look at like AZERO, let's compare it to some other like coins. AZERO. And we compare it to like I don't know, let's say what's a similar L1? Actually, Rose is quite similar. Similarly priced. What else is it similar to? Mina. Wow, they're a 3x apart. I mean, it's got room to run. I'd say. 600x to ETH. Far out. That's crazy. Let's see what is like Fantom. It's like a niche L1. 4x. Yeah, Mina's cool, man. I just think $1 is probably the buy zone. Joby likes Rose. Mike wants me to chart Rose. Let's chart Rose. I'm pretty sure Rose is pumped, and I'm pretty sure I prefer Metis as a buy right now. You guys, if you missed my Metis chart from earlier, check it out. Yeah, fuck. Completely pumped. If you want a long, look, it's not the greatest time ever to long, but you're going to need a pullback to the 7.2 cent region. Hex. Just avoid Hex. Just avoid it, please. Kada next to run. Let's look at it. I don't like Richard Hart, and I frankly think he's an idiot. I frankly think Hex is a Ponzi, and I'm sorry if you like it. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sorry, actually. I just don't like it, so I'm just going to be honest with you. And it's okay to have different opinions. Everyone's got different opinions. Everyone likes different things. And Hex is just something I don't like. What the hell happened to Kadena when it launched? Yeah, Kadena, man, this level is a freaking wall at 136. I mean, if it somehow breaks, boom, baby. Either we're pumping to $2 or we're rejecting, but that's super strong. Was super strong support. And then you've got this other level, this like range extension at 240. That's interesting as well. So that's what I'd say from the Kadena price action. That's on the daily though. Let's go into something with more data, like a 4-hourly chart. Let's generally map this trend. So we have an uptrend. Pretty weak line here I'm gonna draw, but just given the lack of touches, we got a few touch points. I'd say you definitely want to get above that. Definitely want to get above that if you're a 𝗘𝗽𝗫 fan, a 𝗘𝗽𝗫, not an ADA, a 𝗘𝗽𝗫 fan. KDA. Yeah, Kadena. What do I think of Kadena? I don't love proof of work blockchains. I don't love I never really got Kadena. I never really understood Kadena. Like it has a lot of hype, but I never really understood the point of difference. Also with its dilution, like doesn't that worry you guys? Like doesn't for Kadena fans, guys, doesn't it worry you that you still got like 5x dilution? Thanks CoinGecko once again for not having tokenomics data. Bobby, he's the CEO of CoinGecko. Gotta fix that. Gotta fix that. Zill, ask Sheldon. Sheldon loves Zill. As far as I'm concerned, long term it's shit. And by the way, the later it gets, then the more tired I get, the more unfiltered I get. Like an hour ago, I might say something like, so instead of just calling Zill shit, I'd give you a proper explanation. Now it's like 2 a.m. Now it's like I'll just be blunt. I'll just like it's shit. I'm not even gonna be bothered explaining. The dilution is 100 years on Kadena. Freaking hell, man. Does Masari Kadena unlock schedule? Seriously. Okay, Masari, please save us where CoinGecko lacks. Yay, they have it, I think. No, they don't. Oh my god, what? Why do they not have the supply schedule? So annoying when these websites just don't have it, don't have data. 2.25 ongoing inflation, block reward 2.3k. Genesis amount decreases. Okay, so it's like Bitcoin. It's like has halvenings. It decreases 0.3% every 87,000 blocks. Mining rule. Okay. So Kadena's like Bitcoin. It's a slow, long process to dilute. Hamid is in Sydney watching the show. Bro, I'm in Melbourne. And it is 2 a.m. So appreciate you joining us late at night. And yes, I don't like proof of work for L1s. So I'm never investing in Kadena long term. But if you want to trade it, it's a different discussion. You can probably trade it. And then again, there's like not crazy vol. I prefer to trade narratives. Like I prefer the AI stuff. I prefer the ZK stuff. Yeah, I just prefer all that stuff. Of course, if you do want to trade, you can trade on OKX. They're giving away a mystery box, $10,000. Link in the description. Make sure you claim your mystery box. Just deposit $50 and you're good to go as long as you sign up using the link in the description. Or, of course, you got BitGet and Bybit. Links in the description as well. We're giving away a Rolex on BitGet and Bybit. Every trade is another entry into the comp. So you've got multiple exchanges. And I do honestly believe BitGet, Bybit, and OKX, apart from Binance, are the 3 nicest UI exchanges in crypto. For sure. Miles, what are your thoughts on Fusion? Is this El Capo? Is El Capo in the chat right now? Fusion. Is it? FSN? Maybe. Fusion. In a sec, I'm about to get into my own alpha that I had prepared on Fantom. Yeah, I can't even. I'll be completely blunt with you. I can't even be bothered. Like I just can't be bothered reading another white paper. Let's get into some alpha. Let's get into some alpha instead. Who's Shiv? Should I know this person? Sorry, the name doesn't ring a bell. Everyone's like acting. I'm really sorry if I don't know you, Shivansh, but is this someone I should know? Why is everyone just making a joke? Have I just missed the joke? I think I've missed the joke completely. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Joby, yeah, we'll get into Fantom. I got some nice plays. Got some nice plays over there. I'm waiting until viewers are at all-time lows. So when everyone else, he's an Indian. Okay, if everyone else goes off, and all the viewers go away, then I'll give the alpha. Because the least people that know about it, the better. Because then the price doesn't get as impacted. So we want less people. So you can stay if you want to the end, but if you're gonna leave, you may miss it. And I'll save it to the end, just because why not? Clever. Well, I mean, I have to save something for the end. I have to save the best till last. And I was actually going to do its own video on it, but I decided to put that section at the end because, I don't know, I just feel like it's good for today. But yeah, it's clever, I guess, for watch time. But yeah, you can leave and come back later. But yeah, go away, Alex. Go away. I don't know what that person's on about. Or what? I am staying, need to make some money. I mean, if you guys could stay, you should stay. It's a Sunday. Why not? Why not stay and hang out? And yeah, let's see what's happening on Bitcoin on the hourly now. Let's see if there's any trades. Not the best to trade on a Sunday. Yeah, nothing. It's just like a slow grind up right now to the next resistance. Alpha. Dalfa. Let's see how many of my Twitter guys came. Only 233. Damn. Well, if you're from the Twitter, shout out to the Twitter gang. Bang, like. Everyone's saying X7 Finance. I feel like I'm getting Discord rated. Like, guys, I'm sure X7's a great project, but there's nothing more off-putting than getting raided. Like, I don't like it. Yeah, a bit of shilling going on there. Let's go through Twitter. Let's see what's happening. Let's get some news. Let's get some news, and then we'll get into the next segment. And let me also go through my So I'm going through my research chat now, on my other screen, and then I'm gonna get up some research, some alpha, hopefully. So let's see what's going on. WhatsApp's glitching, so I need to restart it. Sorry if I'm complaining a lot, guys, but WhatsApp's another application that absolutely needs an update because it's so glitchy on Mac. So glitchy. Smash the like button. Smash it. Also subscribe if you're not subscribed. And turn on that notification bell so you don't miss a video. Okay. Let's look at the alpha. I'm in a few research groups, so I'm just looking into them and seeing what alpha's been dropped in the last few minutes. A lot of stuff's being dropped, actually. A lot of stuff's being dropped. There's plenty of alpha. Lots of stuff. Here we go. Lots of stuff from the group. I will sort through it all and we'll go through it all because there could be some gems in here. Wow. I have like 3 hours worth of content to catch up on. Okay, let's go through it. BitGet exchange tokens doing very strongly. I'm not surprised. BitGet's dominated the game recently. And one of the best exchanges. Gene says what research groups? So I'm in a few. I'm in a Banter research group with the Banter team. I'm in a couple of Discords with like just some friends, some DeFi friends, and we look at alpha. And I think it's really important actually to have like friends and people, community that you like research with. I think it's one of the best ways to stay in tune with the market. I think it's super important. Australia versus India. India dominated. Well, all right, mate. Firstly, I'm pretty sure Australia is still the number one ranked test team. So let's just look at this. And then after that, we'll get into the alpha. Yep, we're number 1 ranked. So, okay. There you go. Number 1. Look at this. India number 2. India number 2. Australia number 1. See that? Okay. So you're not number 1. Secondly, your population, and I'm saying you're in India, but you might not be, but like India's population is 2 billion. 2 billion. Like now it'll be 2 billion, close to 2 billion. Let's just round up. You have 2 billion people. We have 27 million people. You have 100x the population of us. 100x. And we still rank higher with 100x less people. So it's actually embarrassing. India should be number 1. And the reason we lost is because we're playing in India. And those pitches are... Come to Australia, come to the WACA, and let's see how your batsmen go against our fast bowlers, all right? Seriously. Like, what do you expect? We're not like, India's just not our conditions. We need like fast pitches. Come to the WACA, come to Perth. You'll get blown away. You get blown away. No. I'm rounding up because that's an old figure. So actually, like, and censuses are always unders because not everyone actually enters the census, right? If you look up like India population, like live or something, it'll be closer to 2 billion. Definitely closer to 2. This is all rubbish because it's the last census. Surely it's got to be closer to 2. Anyway, look, even if I'm wrong, it's still 1.5 billion. So anyway, there's reasons. Okay, there's reasons, and this is embarrassing, India. So step up your game, right? We're still number 1. Aussies are still number 1. So there are more people in Texas than Australia. Yep. Yeah. Australia has less people than Texas. Yeah. All right. Let's get into this alpha. What I was doing, if you've just joined, and good, people are leaving, and that's good because if people leave, it means the alpha that I give at the end of the show is to less people. So less people ape, which is good. So it's good people are leaving. Okay, let's go through this group chat now. Let's see what alpha's coming up. Let's just click on different alphas and see if anything's actually alpha, because not everything's alpha. Yeah, most of Australia is not populated, man. Decentralized gambling space has exploded. Yeah, I mean, Gainsey and Rollbit is probably like a catalyst for that. Guys, the reason why DEXs are so strong is because humans are innately gamblers. The reason why decentralized options, I think, will be strong in the future is because people need places to gamble. And I think the decentralized gambling space is just at the beginning. I really do. I think this is early. I think this is going to be a huge narrative long term. I see it. I'm so exposed to gambling as an Australian. Like, we're such gamblers. I don't know what it is, but like the gambling numbers in Australia are crazy. And since I've been so exposed to it and understand it, and I think other countries are relatively, at least comparatively, very behind Australia. I think there's a large chance that lag catches up, and if it does, DeFi gambling could definitely be a thing. Decentralized gambling. So I don't know which one of these is good. I need to research it, but there's a little narrative for you guys to research. I think small. I actually think you could hit 100x's here. If you want a 100x gem, this is where you look. Now, I need to look at this myself, and this is going to... I don't know if I do it live on stream. I can maybe do a bit of research on this live on stream. But let's listen to this, right? Small, decentralized gambling exchanges that are launching with really, 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 really good UIs, with really strong teams, preferably from traditional gambling, that launch in crypto. Those tokens won't be super hyped when they first launch. Those tokens could do 100 to 1000x's. Like they actually can over like 5 to 10 years. So I don't know if any of these are like fit that build, fit that mold. But 100% we have to be looking out for the smaller gambling projects that can They can take over, basically. I think there's going to be some that take over. So don't sleep on decentralized gambling as a narrative, guys. Really. Really don't. I think it's going to be big. I really do. If you want me to look through some of them now, I can. But maybe we park that for now as just a potential narrative. But yeah, it's big. And I've been saying this for, I think last year I did a stream with Tricky, and I said to him live on the stream, I'm like, yeah, we got to look at gambling. Like, we have to. And maybe let's just see if we've missed the runs on these. Like, I don't know if we have. I mean, I'm sure they're pumping. Sure they are, but, you know. And is this even the website? Clay dice. I don't even think this is the dice he's talking about. Uniswap of casinos. Dice. Gambling. Crypto. Let's see what the actual token is. No. Yeah, what's dice? Heard of it. Dice wrapped ETH. What the fuck? Dice weth. No. Is this pair? Dice / wrapped ETH on SushiSwap. Oh. All right, I'm going on Dex Tools. There we go. Why couldn't you give me that chart, TradingView? Always remember that. If you can't find a chart on TradingView, you just go to Dex Tools. All right, let's chart this shit. Damn. Shit. Wow. Well, this has upside. Okay, what's this market cap? Freaking hell, Lewis called a 30x. This is what I'm saying about crypto gaming. If you can find these early, they're the easiest 30x's in crypto. Like, they are 30 to 50 freaking x's. Thank you, by the way, for the support on the show. Really appreciate you guys hanging out with me for a long show. I think my headphones are dying, but anyway, I'll continue to power on. Actually, I'm just going to take them off and charge them. So if you need anything, Paola, just message me in the private chat. They need to charge. Okay, is my audio still good? I think it's good. Wow, this is good. Now I don't look like an idiot with AirPods in. Okay, this is interesting. I'm really enjoying this gambling thing because super interesting to me. I love gambling. We're all gamblers. You're still here, nameless. Cheers. No, this is interesting. I mean, gambling. I know how huge gambling is. I've got friends, like friends of friends that they launched stake.com, the Drake-backed gambling exchange. Obviously, massive, and it wasn't decentralized. It was a centralized thing. But they're billionaires. They're 28 years old and they're fucking billionaires off gambling, which is just crazy. So like, frick. all it takes is crypto gambling websites to get like 1% adoption. And they can moon. Audio good? Thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah, those AirPods will charge. And yeah, so Dice. I mean, this guy. This is what I'm saying. So he called it a 30x ago, and it's only a 3 mil market cap. Lewis, great freaking call, bro. Everyone give Lewis a follow for this. Great call. All right, where's their website? I'd love to use their website. I don't actually know what their website is. All right, so chart-wise, we're clear breakout, right? I mean, I'd love a retest, to be honest. Did we even get any sort of retest? We did. I mean, we fell short. So usually what I'll do is 30% on the break, 30%, and then another 30% on the retest. So you could probably justify, if you like this project, you could justify 30% now. You definitely could, but wouldn't ape in. But I also don't know if the fundamentals are strong. I need to look at their website, but I'm very interested. I'm super interested. I just need to know more about this. I just don't know where the freaking info is. Where? Okay, I'm gonna find it though. It's not BitDice, is it? What's it called? I need to look at the comments. What is Dice? Could someone tell me what the website's called? I need to look at it. Because it's called Dice, but I don't think the actual exchange is called Dice. And no one's saying what it is. Everyone's just quoting the Dice. No one's saying what it is. Party Dice. Party Dice. Okay, there we go. Party Dice. Party Dice. Crypto. Party hat. No. Guys, someone help me out here. What? Party Dice. What's the website? What's the actual website? Because I can't. I need to look at the damn website before I can. It's on Arbitrum. Doesn't this tick the boxes? Gambling, Arbitrum. Yeah, where is this freaking thing? Why is it so cryptic? Like what? Why is it so cryptic? Anyone in the comments know? Let me know. 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 Searches. Yeah, where's the website? That's what I'm saying. See, there's no website link on. There's no Dice on CoinGecko. You see what I'm saying? Unless I'm completely missing something. I'm gonna find it though. JustBet's the other one he was looking at. Is this it? Is this it? I think I found it. Oh, they're on CoinMarketCap. CoinGecko, you're annoying me today. What up? Ruppy Rabbit. Oh, man. Dice.1? It's not Party Dice. See, everyone's confusing me. Some people are calling it Clay Dice. Some people are calling it... See, what the fuck is this project? I'm literally so confused. So, these guys are calling themselves Dice. This risky website. Some people are calling them party dice. What's the damn project? So why is it so cryptic? What I want to know is, why is it so hard to research? Yeah, why is it so like hard to freaking research? It's like terrible marketing. The fact that I'm a crypto, I've been in this industry for 5 years and I'm struggling to find their website is like unbelievable. Like, it actually is unbelievable. And it's already put me off. Like, why would I buy this now? See, people are calling it party dice. So here we go. And so Risky.dot's another one. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the kind of research you need to do to work out whether something's good. See, someone's saying clay dice, but I don't think that it is correct. I think it's risky about dice and risky.lol. This one is totally different. It's a beta project sharing. What is dice? All right, here we finally have a freaking thread. Oh, it's risky. It is this. It was. That was correct. That was correct what I found before. It's this. They've only got 2,000 followers. So it is risky.lol. So risky.lol is a platform in the center hub of the casino and staking ecosystem. Party dice is... thank fuck we found the information. That's what perseverance gets you. And actually, the whole reason I created this show, this Sunday night research show, was to share research processes like this with you. Like, this is the whole point. Hangout research. Like, it's not a normal show that I plan super heavily for. It's like, I answer questions, I research shit. And I actually think it's good that you guys get to see the research processes I go through. Like, this is the kind of crap I do in real life. When I'm not streaming, I'll have to figure something out and search threads and Google search, this is my normal process for working things out, evaluating them. Then the next is tokenomics, website, team, all that shit. And yeah, so yeah, you guys can kind of see it took a while to find it, but I wanted to be truthful to how I would actually research it. But I'm happy we finally found it. So it is okay. So it is party dice, or dice. It's risky.lol. It's the central hub ERC20 of the ecosystem. Owning dice is owning a piece of the casino. These guys have the worst marketing / graphics designers ever. That looks awful. Dice tokenomics. Sell tax 8%, buy tax 2%. Full deflationary. Okay, they're really trying to pump this thing. Okay. They've got a Telegram but no website. So DICE is calling themselves the future of decentralized casinos, but they don't have UI, and they don't have a website. But the idea is very good, and the price action is very good. So this is one of those things where okay, you don't ape, you just don't. And I was super interested because the chart was so good. So I was when I saw this break, I was like, all right, I hope these fundamentals are good, but they're not. And I got to be honest with you, they're not. But the 2 ticks for the project: price action, tick, chart looks great, and then 2, use case, tick. I mean, in theory, this is great. Tokenomics are good. Use case is solid. The Uniswap of casinos, we need that in crypto, right? But in practice, they don't have a website. This is their website. It looks shocking. It looks shocking. So even at a 3 mil market cap, I'm not buying this. But I mean, and here's another thing: Super Bowl. A lot of these gambling protocols are running off the back of Super Bowl hype, and I find it Yeah, it does, but it just looks terrible. It just looks shocking. I mean, look at it. It looks fucking awful. Like, this is just one dev in his bedroom that knows Solidity that's like coding some like crappy dApp. It's really, really, really funny. And I can't believe this is a $3 million project, but to be honest, it's not even like a huge valuation. But guys, so what's happening is Super Bowl hype, right? Because and that's why this gambling node is running. But bedroom developer, yeah, like he's in his bedroom. Oh, someone said that's not their site. Well, tell me what their freaking website is, because so they don't have a website yet. Ah, okay. So you know what I mean? Like, it's just like the worst marketing ever. Okay, so they're partnered with these guys. They're partnered. Okay, that's not their website. Okay, so they don't have a website. Or is this it? Risky.lol. I mean, it looks better. Launch mainnet? I mean, this still looks terrible. App. What am I gotta connect my wallet. Hold on. Let me just get my screen off while I connect my wallet. Okay. Sorry, I made many mistakes on the way to finding their website. But you can't really blame me for it being so cryptic. Okay, so you can roll the dice. So I deposit dice. So I buy dice, I deposit dice, and I roll the dice. I used a burner wallet. And it's got no money in it. So don't worry. And all my proper wallets are connected to a Trezor or a Ledger. It looks shocking. Yeah, don't type URLs in the chat. It looks shocking. All right. I am interested in looking at some other gaming projects, but yeah, it looks shocking. Australia sucks at cricket. You're ranked number 2 in the world. Pretty pathetic from us, to be honest. That's pathetic. I still think we're better than India. This is in India, so if you're in Australia, it's completely different. But yeah, look, the gaming narrative could be a thing. The gambling narrative, sorry, could be a thing. Let's just see how it develops. See how it develops over time. Yeah, stay clear. I shouldn't need to say it, but stay clear. Let's look at some of these other ones though. Where was this original alpha I got? ARC. Yeah, look. It's just something I'd research more. Tired? I'm pretty tired. I had a coffee though. And I'm just finishing it. So yeah, I'm getting tired, but like, I'm okay. I still got some more alpha to share. Still got some things to research. Some of these projects could be okay. I have a good long-term feeling about DICE. Should you have a good long-term feeling about DICE? Here's some more info. This guy's shilling all sorts of... I mean, to be fair, Lewis, I think you're onto a winner and you're already up 30x. You really? You're really passionate about this, aren't you? It's in India. What do you expect? What do you expect? Also, you have 1.5 billion people. We've got 30 million. We're still like the most successful cricket team of all time, basically. Whose idea was this massive stream? I heard Rand's getting enlightened or something. I do it every week. So I do this every Sunday and I research cryptocurrencies. Yeah. Just live on stream. Have a lot of fun, hang out, share narratives, answer questions. I think Rand is getting enlightened. I think yeah, I think so. You'll hear all about it from on Monday. Okay, cool. Let's get into other stuff now. All right, let me set up my next segment. While I'm setting up my next segment, and there is a big segment to finish the show. Let's I think we should probably get the vibes up a bit. I'm trying to find a cool song. I think we need to get the vibes up. I'm tired. I think we need to get them up.
Get the fuck out of bed, bitch. Go. Get up, and they got go. Time to wake up, bitch. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Get up, let's go. Something else would have been good. You didn't like the song. You didn't like it. There are other very funny songs on here as well. There are some hilarious songs like this one.
Smash those likes, give it some love. Smash those likes, yeah, yeah. Smash those likes, give it some love. Smash those likes, yeah, yeah. Smash those likes, give it some love. Smash those.
There's all sorts of funny stuff. I can't even hear it because I don't have AirPods. It's like playing through my computer speaker. But there's lots of funny stuff. All right.
Much honor.
Let's do it. Let's get into it. Let's get into the last segment, which is play the duck song. You want the duck song? Where's the duck song? The duck song. Trying to find the duck song. Oh, duck drama. Is that the duck song you're talking about? I like it. Right, let's get back into it. I'm fucking around, but there's a lot of funny stuff on there. All right, so Fantom. Was going to do a Fantom show, actually, a couple days ago, but I decided why not just incorporate this segment into a proper live stream. So Fantom, firstly, had a pretty nice bounce off our levels here, which was at 43 cents. So made like an 11% bounce. Looks pretty similar to BTC in the sense that it bounced off its range, looks to be pushing up now to the top of the next range. Bitcoin, by the way, if we zoom out, like still in that range, although it broke down into the bottom range, not this major range we were trading. This is a much better tradable range, and we need to break back above for Bitcoin. But Fantom is very similar. We had this extension range, and then we had the breakdown. And the breakdown has brought us into the next range. Thank you, by the way, Michael, for enjoying the show. So Fantom needs to push to the upside and reclaim this range if it wants to exhibit bullish price action. A lot of it's going to depend on Bitcoin. But in general, it has been one of the strongest performers in the market. In general. And in general, I see this 42-cent level as a decent buy zone. Not long term, not for like a 5-year hold, or not for a 6-year hold, but at least for a trade. But there's some interesting ecosystem plays which I'm looking at. I'm going to get into them in a second, but I want to just frame exactly what's happening on Fantom at the moment. So basically, Fantom USD is coming. So obviously we've had the FVM announcement, we've had other big announcements, but Fantom USD is the new stablecoin, so the new iteration of a stablecoin that Andre is working on, and that's going to be deploying very, very, very soon onto the Fantom, onto the Fantom network. So I think that's going to be cool. That's definitely a catalyst to look forward to. Of course, FVM is what everyone's been waiting for. I think the defining factor in terms of Fantom for a long time has been the potential success or failure of FVM. And it looks like we're finally getting to that point where FVM's ready to come. I think they said at 𝗞𝗆𝗃𝗽 that we're looking at a Q3 or Q3 testnet, probably like Q4, and then the mainnet early 2024. So it's finally happening. They've been doing a lot of testing. The tests actually show it's 8.1% faster than the EVM and can handle 400 million daily transactions directly on the mainnet, which is fucking crazy. And when we think about blockchains actually being able to fulfill their purpose, and that is to like revolutionize traditional payment networks and take over, at least to some extent, what a Visa or a MasterCard would offer, then I think it's very important to have obviously block space, but also the ability to handle transactions on that block space. And Fantom's testing here for the EVM is super positive, and it's certainly spiked some renewed interest in the ecosystem. It's like, damn, we're closer than we thought. But interestingly, like, this whole run's been driven by the Fantom price because FVM's a directly Fantom correlated catalyst. It's got nothing to do with the ecosystem. Now, obviously, once FVM's implemented, if the network's better, more people are going to use the ecosystem. TVL and dApps increases. We start to see some positive flow-on effects, of course. However, at the moment, it's largely been driven by the Fantom token price itself and hasn't been necessarily driven by the ecosystem. And it's interesting because in 2021, we had that entire rally, that huge like Fantom January 2022 rally driven by TVL. So price actually lagged TVL quite significantly, actually. There were points where like we never thought price was going to catch up to TVL, and eventually it got there, but not quite. Someone said that will be slower than ZK. No, that's not really how ZK works. Is it? It depends. So I was just running through the maths in my head. It really depends because there are some like L2s which are going to be much, much slower. Boston says Fantom already has the advantage. Yes, it does, but it will be faster than a lot of ZK stuff. But then again, like Fantom can have its own L2s. Fantom can have a ZK L2. Like it's an L1, and they've been very clear they're not trying to be an L2. They're not trying to support Ethereum. They're trying to eat Ethereum's lunch. They've actually said that. Like they're trying to like dominate. They're not trying to be an L2 or become a scaling solution. But they could implement their own ZK scaling solutions. They could implement their own ZK into the consensus, which I don't think they'll need. But yeah, as I said, like back last year, price lagged TVL. So TVL front ran. Whereas now price is front running TVL. If we look at DeFi Llama, we can see like the Fantom TVL, although it's like spiked a little bit, still no huge jump there. Still no massive jump there. Yeah, still no massive jump there. So still like a shadow of its former self. If we compare this to other chains, freaking hell, man. DeFi chains. Compared to other chains, it's still top 10, still up 12% on the month, but like price-wise, it's outperformed a lot of these other chains. But hasn't quite, like, it's outperformed Solana price-wise, but it hasn't shown the same TVL increase as Solana, right? So yeah, TVL's not following here. It's been like a Fantom-led rally. So I think, and this is one of my theses, is the ecosystem is going to be a catch-up at some point. Now, maybe this happens post-EVM when the direct implications of the enhanced technology starts to improve the user experience. But what I actually think is more likely to happen is ecosystem projects just start getting repriced prior to the EVM. So for me, I'm looking at some of the Fantom eco now and starting to position myself there. So like, it's a pretty simple thesis for me. We look at Bitcoin, right? If Bitcoin maintains price structure, which it may break, but if it does maintain price structure, and it momentum, and Fantom is likely to follow, it should maintain general market structure. Since it has had relative strength, and I mean, you can't really argue that when it's up 233% and had like a huge pump and multiple legs, like leg 1, consolidation leg 2, consolidation leg 3, consolidation and like a dump back down to this original range. Definitely there could be some like liquidity filtration down to the smaller caps. So I start to research the smaller caps. I start to look into what is a good small cap on Fantom. And there are a few conclusions I came to. Let me quickly get up my dashboard. It's one of my portfolios there. That's my Fantom portfolio. If I get up my dashboard, you can see a few projects I'm looking at. Now, these are all super low market cap. So the first thing I must say is don't ape, because this is degen 3, 5, 7, 15, 2. The other thing I'm going to say is I don't own any equal Raven DEX, MPX pills. I do own Liquid Driver. I do have some beats, but it's residual. A lot of it's just just sitting there from the bull run. So it's not like a real vested interest. I don't own any juice. So I just want to make my disclosure clear on what I hold and don't hold, because I don't want people saying, "Oh, you're shilling your bags," when I'm not. When I don't own these small caps. Yet. Because I am considering maybe looking into like some of the equal spin-offs. What do I mean by spin-offs? Well, equal pump has performed quite strongly. But it's actually taken up 30% of Fantom's exchange volume. So if we switch to Fantom mainnet and we look at, connect. Connect. That wallet's probably getting hacked because I connected it to some shitty gambling site. This wallet's gone, guys. It's gone. We can actually see like there's some decent pools in Equalizer, which is basically like a solidly fork, which gained a lot of traction recently. What's Fantom's main dex? It's Spooky Swap, but equals number 2 now, and Beats was 2 for a while, and then you also have Spirit Swap and a couple others. But yeah, this one paying super high APRs, and there's some really interesting pools here. And you can look at the pools. But this is like basically one of the top dexes for volume now. A lot of people starting to use Equal, and that's one of the reasons why it pumped. Now, I do think Equal is run, but I think there's maybe still some juice here. So if Fantom holds up, maybe we retest. And basically what I'm trying to say is whenever you want to buy Fantom, maybe allocate 10 to 20% to the eco, because it's super low freaking cap. Like, I mean, if you're a degen and you just want to like punt on an ecosystem, I think this is pretty cool. And I'd be looking at Equalizer. Tarot, I mean, it's 3 million freaking market cap, and it's like reasonably fully diluted. 23 mil, 7 mil fully diluted. It's like what? You got MPX, which is like a GMX fork on Fantom, at like a fully diluted of 30, but market cap of like 3 mil or something stupidly low. And you can work it out by timesing the current supply by the token price. But yeah, Raven Dex, pills, and there's many more. If we go through the eco and look at some of the pools here of what like things people are going to need, Juice is another one. I'm just looking at the other ones here. Like I think some of these can run. Like Raven, like look, it's super degen, and like definitely do your own research, and small money here, like fucking sub 1% of your portfolio. But I feel like some of these, like, I don't know. I just feel like if Fantom continues running, we're going to see an eco. A lot of them are down on the week, like 30%. It's not a bad dip buying opportunity. It's really not bad. I'm personally going to maybe chuck some money in. And I haven't done it yet. I wanted to give you guys alpha before I aped. I'm not saying I will ape. But it's something I'm looking at. So, you know, let's see. Oath's a great project. Oath's a really good project. Oath. Frick, it's up 7% on the week. Yeah, Oath's great. I mean, Justin Bevis is a great dev. Long term, hard to see Oath going anywhere, really. Like, Justin's great. But I wouldn't ape in after a huge pump, to be honest. Mummy Finance. Yeah, I mean, I know Mummy, but I think MPX. Or is that the same thing? No, it's different. I think I prefer MPX. But this is lower. This is like a 4x. So what you might see is like MPX hit like a 50 mil FDV, and then Mummy like 3x's to like even out the discrepancy. They just get priced against each other. Now I don't know the trading volume here. If I need to get the stats on the volume analytics. Wow, that's strong. That's a strong volume increase. Although what concerns me is it did look to kind of top out around the beginning of Feb. Maybe because there was more market movement then, though. Actually, let's compare this to GMX. Let's see if this is like a trend. Because if it is a trend, I'm not concerned. I'm more concerned if... Okay, freaking hell. All these things. I'm more concerned if it's app specific. What's the GMX? GMX June analytics. Let's compare. I want to see if this drop off happened exclusively to Mummy or whether it was a general market drop. Yeah, general trend. See? Spiked November. Mummy was a bit later though. So it wasn't really around in November. Let's just look at the last week. Let's zoom in and compare. Why is it so zoomed out? There's no way to zoom in. There's no way to zoom in. I need more zoomed in stats. Make like a conclusion here. No, I just clicked on this. Let's look at GNS. Let's look at GNS. It's the same stuff. This should be way better. I think GNS has its own dashboard. Yeah, here we go. That's way better. So we could see peaked 16th of Jan. Mummy peaked. Mummy actually peaked 10th of Feb and then dropped off the last 2 days. But it's a weekend. Yeah, GNS the last 2 days dropped as well. Look, last 2 days, 11th, 140, 100, 140, and then peaked at 160 the day before. And then Mummy did 1611 and then peaked. I mean, yeah, you just wonder when this perp dex narrative is going to like eventually subside a bit. Yeah, Hogwarts is good. I'm going to play a little bit more tomorrow. I don't want to waste my life on video games, but I'll play like an hour a day just as a stress reliever. But when it starts overtaking work, when you play video games, the first thing you do when you wake up, that's a bad sign. Video games are great though if you've done all your work and you really need a break and then you play, it's fine. But it's hard because I don't know, games get addicting. You just want to wake up and play straight away, and it's just terrible. You got to do your hard shit first and then relax later. That's just the key to being productive. But yeah, this is good growth. It's a good growth. I mean, a lot of these perp dexes I don't see like being that sustainable long term. But this isn't like a long term play, and the spikes were relatively recent. It's like a week ago, and then we had a good influx there. So 𝗲𝗲 as a token though, there's no info here. Total circulate. How much is already circulating, bro? 7 mil fully diluted. Can I get some tokenomics? Set to yawn. Starting to get tired. MPX is upcoming. I wonder why it's so much higher value than 𝗲𝗲. Max supply of 𝗲𝗲's 10. Initial liquidity 1. Max supply of 𝗲𝗲's 10. No. Wait, what? No, 1 million. No, 10. So why is CoinGecko saying 1 when it's 10? If it's 10, then it's 70 mil. Like, freaking hell. So I was, if it really is 7 mil, I would probably ape into this. I'd degen ape, but it's not, it's 10. Not 7. This is just fucking misleading. CoinGecko is seriously so glitchy recently. It just doesn't have data, I don't know. Just can't keep track of all these protocols. So it's 10, it's 10 mil. Let's just see what people say though. Yeah. Look at this, DEX tools. Saying 7 here. What? Yeah, I don't know what this. Every single website has a different. Yeah, it's 72. I was right. So it's market cap 7, and it's fully diluted 70. Now that changes things, because guys, when I saw 7 mil fully diluted, I was literally like, I don't know if you could tell by my facial expressions, but I was literally about to ape. Like, I probably would have aped on stream. I was like, fuck, this is ridiculous. I was like, this is insane that the project is doing 2.5 million daily swaps and it's fully diluted 7 mil. I was like, fuck. And then I was just like, that can't make sense. That 1/7 of its 24-hour trading volume. Like, I was just like, no, it just can't make sense. So then I looked and it was like 10 mil, which is 70, which makes a lot more sense. Pretty funny. I probably would have freaking aped. So is this still good at 70 mil? Well, MPX is 30. But then again, this already has a price history. This isn't a terrible. It's not terrible. It's not terrible at all. Yeah, I mean, sure. If you're going to buy Fantom anyway, and if you're going to look at loading up on some Fantom, and you're entering the eco and you're buying some of those other projects I just spoke about, then absolutely. Include 𝗲𝗲. Sure, why not? Small money. Like, it's, it's gambling. We're not using big money. It's like small trades, see what happens. Fantom narrative rotation. Don't mind it at all. So it's not bad. There are projects I prefer though. Now I'm seriously starting to yawn. I'm getting freaking tired. It's like 3 a.m. and the caffeine's wearing off. And I'll end this soon. I'll end this in like 10 minutes. Yeah, I was literally like about to make wife changing money. I thought I'd found the next 100x, bro. I thought I found the next 100x. CoinGecko needs to improve because, yeah, I agree. You need to use all of them. CoinGecko is so unreliable now. Its data's often wrong. We had issues earlier in the stream with tokenomics data not being there. Someone says CTI is the next 1000x. Well, thoughts on 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫? I never really liked 𝗔𝗣𝗘𝗫, and I still don't. It was shilled. It was shilled so much that put me off. Wow, this is pumped heavily. Only a 3 mil market cap though. Clintex. It's not like the best name, is it? Yeah, it's freaking horrible, Johnny. It's CoinGecko as a joke. But I mean, then again, it's like user. A lot of it's user entered, right? Like they don't have time to audit it all. Need a haircut as well. Is this the project? This is fucking nuts. Medicine, guys. I'm too tired for this. I'm really too tired to look up medicine coins. Ooh, 666 viewers. The devil's number. Solana's moving. Solana moving. Let's check. If you want to trade Solana, by the way, Apex is probably the best decentralized exchange. L2 powered on StarkX, has Solana now as a trading pair. Obviously, I've given you guys OKX and BitGet and Bybit for like the centralized options, and they've got some juicy rewards. But Apex has trade to earn. So if you sign up for an Apex account and you trade, you earn money to trade on a DEX. So if you're going to leverage trade on a DEX, Apex is good because it's an order book. It's not, and it's got no minimums like other perp DEXs. So this is an order book exchange. So definitely use Apex if you want to trade on a DEX. If you want to trade on a centralized exchange, there's links in the descriptions for BitGet, Bybit, or OKX. OKX has the $10,000 mystery box if you sign up and deposit $50. BitGet, you can win a Rolex, which we're giving away in 2 weeks, and Bybit as well, you can win a Rolex. 1 trade equals 1 entry, 100 trades, 100 entries, 30k bonus on Bybit, and $8,000 sign-up bonus on BitGet. Now let's look at Solana. And I'm ending a war, by the way. I'm so tired I can barely think, but I think this has been super interesting, this stream, and I've enjoyed it a lot. Hope you guys have as well, but I'm getting tired. Just look though. Let's see what's happening on Solana. Okay. Sol. Yeah. No. It's not really the best trend. Feels like a touch here would be a good trend. So we're relying on horizontals again. Only real horizontal is this one. It's not really. I mean, we can look at the daily. See here, 2021. Flipped this area into a support. And that's the area we're trying to flip now. It's actually pretty significant for Sol. I can delete all this shit now. It's actually pretty significant for Sol on the daily, not gonna lie. But since we're trading on a daily time frame, we're gonna need confirmation on a daily time frame. So that means we're gonna need a bullish candle close above, green candle open, and then I think we get back up to $26. But let's see how the daily closes. Bro's face is about to be on the keyboard. I'm tired, but I'm still I'm planning my Solana trade now. I think it's a good long. If we retest, let's look on 4 hours. It's weekend. I fucking hate weekend trading just for volume. Yeah, it's decent. Also lines up with some of this price action here. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can let's see if we confirm on the daily retest on the 4 hourly. I think that's super bullish. Let's check the 200 MA. Okay, it's going to approach resistance there. Kind of have a diagonal trend like this as well. Yeah, how did I miss that? How did I miss this trend? It's a really significant trend, actually. Yeah, fuck. All right, Solana. Oof. Lots happening. So we're about to approach. So this very well might break, but then we're about to approach our trend, and also the 200 MA. It's pretty big. What's your entry? Okay, there's two ways you can play this. One, we break above on the daily retest, and then you can look to long up to the trend line, and then you want to exit around here. Then your second long zone will be on the break and retest. So 30% on the break, 30% on the retest, 30% on the confirmation to the upside. That is going to coincide with this 200 MA. It's going to go something like this, right? And it may even like do this like that. So it'll be breaking at once. If that breaks, it's strong, but it has to break on the daily. So it can't just confirm on the 4 hourly or the 1 hourly. It has to break on the daily, both above this level and then above this level. But if it does, that's a big trend. And you're looking at upside of, let me just get this upside for you. Run to I mean, there's 3 zones, but this is the biggest zone. This highlighted one. So you're looking at a run, looking at a break. You're looking at definitely $38, 26 to 38, and then if you're lucky, you're looking at $50 to $60. But that's only going to happen if Bitcoin pushes back up to 23K, 24K. Bitcoin is 24K. That's the Solana trade. But yeah, wait till it confirms on the daily, bro. But that's let me just get rid of all this crap so you understand it better. Yeah, that's where we sit. Diagonal trend. 3 touches on that trend. 200 MA on the daily. It also could get rejected, right? There's no guarantees it smashes through. But yeah, exciting times for Sol. I mean, I thought Solana was dead. Is Radium dead? Let's check Radium. Solana DeFi in general is dead. So yeah, I'm gonna say it's dead. I'm not that interested in it. But I'm not. I don't want to jump to conclusions. Serum's definitely dead. I think I'm gonna leave it here, guys. I'm getting tired, and I've talked about it a lot. I might need to rewatch my own stream and break these down into separate videos, because what I might be able to do is, do a gambling video on its own, do a Fantom video on its own, do another ZK video, like do all these as separate shows in more depth. But we did cover a lot. So I really appreciate everyone for hanging out. This was super fun, especially the first couple hours. Get some Macca's Mars. I don't know. That's the worst feeling, because if I eat Macca's now and I wake up in the morning, I'll feel sick and I'll just be guilty. I'll feel fat. It's better off me not eating now, and then or maybe having a tiny snack now, just something small before bed. And then yeah, if I eat fast food now, I feel terrible in the morning. Thanks so much for joining, Mike. Thanks to Crimson. Thanks to Tom. Thanks to Luke. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to Jonathan. Thanks to Jason. Thanks to Amanda. Amanda, sorry, I have to go. It's been 4 hours and it's 3 a.m. and I'm getting tired. Well, you can rewatch it, Amanda. Hey, Amanda, if you rewatch it, it's gonna feel like it's live, and you can watch it on 2x. Then you can get double speed. You can watch it 2 hours. You can watch the whole thing. Koala Man, appreciate it. Christopher, Jonathan, everybody, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for supporting the content. I'll be back Tuesday on Spaces. Actually, Spaces chill. hosting a spaces on Monday night, 5 p.m. EST, Tuesday, Melbourne morning. Come join. We've got Trader XO, TED Talks Macro, Jason Pizzino, Carl, Blockchain Chick, Ishan, and Patrick, and maybe some more joining on Spaces. That's my next big update where we'll discuss the week ahead on the markets. Well, you guys, I didn't even share my screen. The week ahead on the markets, the SEC staking crackdown, how that can affect the market, the altcoin rotation. So I'll ask my guests about a lot of the stuff we talked about today. And hopefully you guys enjoy that. So that's at Monday at 5 p.m. EST. It's pinned to my Twitter, so Twitter link in the description. If you want to join set a reminder for the space. I think it's going to be super cool. And that'll be the next time I see you. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there'll be content every day back from me at 7 p.m. EST every single day. Cool. Jason is really good. I agree. 10 hours of sleep incoming. It's 3 a.m. I got to be, I reckon 12 p.m. late. I got to be up by, I reckon 11:30 I'll wake up. Maybe 7 hours sleep, 7.5 hours sleep, just because I got shit to do tomorrow. And if I sleep until 2 p.m., that's terrible. I need to be up by 11, I'd say, so I can get going, go to the gym. I got to write a thread tomorrow. I got to do the Gareth Soloway thread. Then I got a couple meetings. Oh, I got scared. I thought I missed my meetings. It's actually tomorrow night. And then, I got to plan for spaces. Play some of this Hogwarts game, maybe. Super Bowl as well. Frick. I'm supposed to be meeting my friends to watch the Super Bowl. Maybe I'll do that as well. Oh, shit. This is a busy day. It's already 3 a.m. I better go so I can sleep. It's a busy, busy day. All right. Thank you guys. Smash the like button. Thanks for hanging out with us. And I'll see you in the next one. Peace out, guys.